Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Sendig. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you.
How many meetings, this is a three-part question. How many meetings have you attended in the past 2 years? What were the 3 items that drove you to watch those meetings? And how do you feel about the final vote from Planning Commission?
I've actually only attended 2 of the meetings. My experience with the Planning Commission has been very minimal, I gotta admit.
Okay,
As far as the outcome of the vote, I have a lot to learn about this, about the Planning Commission.
what drove you to attend those 2 meetings? Was there any specific agenda item?
Nothing specific, no. There was things that I heard in the news about development. I've lived in Brentwood for 8 years. I feel like growth is necessary, but, you know, within bounds and reason.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
Vice Mayor Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Sendik, for your application and for being here tonight.
Sure.
Hopefully you're safe as you go out into the wild. Through your work or associations, personal or professional, or those of your spouse or dependent children, would you have had a conflict of interest with any projects presented to Planning Commission in the past year? And do you have any potential conflict of interest with any of the projects expected to come before Planning or Council in the coming year?
So I put a lot of thought into that before even applying to this position. Again, I'm with PG&E. I'm on the gas transmission side. I have pretty extensive knowledge about Brentwood, Antioch, and the surrounding areas. If I felt like there was a conflict of interest, I would recuse myself. I'm not in a position within the company to make decisions to that matter. I think my experience with the infrastructure of California will help. But also knowing a little bit of the history of Brentwood and the amount of lines that go through our city.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Orlemans.
Sorry, just finishing up my notes. Thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you for having me.
If you fundamentally disagree with a project presented to the Planning Commission, would you have a problem approving the project if state law requires it or it complies with the general plan for the city?
Absolutely. In my experience, my past, and my history with running a construction company within California and also working for PG&E, I've learned that disagreement is good. You have to be in compliance, and I understand that quite a bit, working for where I do right now. But as long as it meets all the necessary requirements, I wouldn't have a problem approving it, even if I disagreed.
Thank you.
Councilperson Pearson.
Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon.
What would you describe as the top 3 priorities of the Planning Commission?
I think the Planning Commission is responsible for the growth of the infrastructure of the city, but also limiting that growth, you know, and keeping in line with what the city council wants and the voters want. Other than that, making things safe and the wonderful city that we have here. You know, I have 5 kids that have grown up in the city, and I love the parks. I think there can be some more things, more events for them to stay out of trouble. I'm a struggling father, just like most right now, and you know, trying to keep our kids out of trouble is the biggest thing for me. Number 1 priority.
Mr. Sendig, this is the last question. Can you please explain the duties of the Planning Commission to the best of your understanding?
I'm a little inexperienced in that. I don't know. I'm interested in learning. I know that there'd be a lot of research that I would have to do to figure that out. I honestly don't have that answer. As far as my understanding of it is, they would provide recommendations for major developments within the city, zoning and type of businesses that are allowed within the state law and county law.
Great, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
This would be the opportunity for council to ask any further or clarifying questions for any of Mr. Sendig's responses, if you have any, and if not, we can. Do you? Okay.
Yes, I do. I have one more.
Sure.
It was brought to our attention that you, in working for PG&E, you're on the, is it an emergency schedule or what
So
specifically?
I'm a gas field engineer. They called me on Sunday. They needed some bodies out there to direct public safety. Unfortunately, I got assigned to Avila Beach. So I asked to be pulled off of that. It is for electric storm response. So trees falling, we had a pole catch on fire. So I got about an hour and a half of sleep last night.
Sorry.
and made it my way back here, and I got to go back there and finish out my day till 5 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you. So part of my question, I appreciate that response, was, are you going to be available to meet for the Planning Commission meetings? Will your schedule get in the way of your ability to carry out the duties if you were selected?
Absolutely, absolutely. So my job currently brings me down to about Hollister up to Stockton. I come as far east as Antioch, Pittsburgh, and when emergencies arise, I have the opportunity to turn them down. It was presented to me on Sunday afternoon that it was a one-day, 16-hour shift, and I'd be off by 3 o'clock in the morning. Plenty of time to come back home and fall asleep. And like many things, I underestimated it, and I'll probably be there till end of next week.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any further clarifying questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Sendig.
Okay.
Please be safe.
Absolutely.
And thank you very much for your interest and application in the Planning Commission.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Floor, thank you for your application and your presence here tonight. So I'm sure you're probably familiar somewhat with the process, having observed it in the past, but each council person is going to ask you a question. And at the end of the question, each question, at the end of that process, then they're allowed to ask a couple clarifying questions if they have any regarding your answers. And we will begin with Councilperson Mendoza.
Hello. Thank you
Hello.
for being here. It's a three-part question. How many meetings approximately have you attended in the last couple of years, the terms of two-year term? What are the top 3 items that drove you to attend those meetings on the agenda? And how do you feel about the final vote from Planning Commission for those items?
Okay. Planning Commission meetings. I've been to more city council meetings, I think, than Planning Commission meetings, but I did come to several. I think St. Anne Vincent was pretty early on in the last 2-year cycle. And the issue there was an elementary school being put into an office park, and it didn't really fit. And actually, there was a lot of controversy about it, even though staff had recommended against the project. But I went to speak to that. And it did eventually fail to pass. There was Amber Lane Apartments. They had a prior approval, and they came back requesting changing the appearance of the outside of the apartments. And they had removed a lot of the detailing that made it look nice. And so a lot of people came to offer an opinion on that. And eventually that I believe, came as far as the city council before the applicant decided to withdraw and went ahead and did the apartments the way they had originally agreed. So that was a good one. I came to, PA1, how can I forget, Innovation Center. And that was a high point, I thought, for the Planning Commission. They did a great job with that one, making sure that we got the commercial that we needed and less of the housing that they were being pressed for. And I think that decision also came back to City Council and was upheld as well. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Meyer.
Thank you for being here tonight and for your application. Through your work or associations, personal or professional, or those of your spouse or dependent children, would you have had a conflict of interest with any projects presented to the Planning Commission in the past year? And do you have any potential conflict of interest with any of the projects expected to come before Planning or Council in the coming year?
Through my work, no. I work for a company that's based in Minnesota, so we don't have a lot going on here. I used to work in Cupertino, but they closed my office and kept me, so I just work from home now. I suppose if something came back for Deer Ridge, I don't know. I haven't talked to Robert Shelton in a while, but if something came back for Deer Ridge, I might need to recuse depending on where I live. As I recall, back in the original application for the senior apartments back in the day, back in around 2017, I believe that Jody Marfia on the Planning Commission did have to recuse because she sits pretty close to the clubhouse and the site where the site at the 1st and the 9th. But John Fink, my friend and council member at the time, or no, he was a commissioner at the time, he did not have to recuse just because of the distance. So if somebody was going to put something, if they were going to put something close to my house, I would need to recuse. But other than that, my wife is a realtor. She's stepping away from that, but I don't believe she had any conflicts at the time, and she won't going forward.
I'm sorry, can you move the mic just a little closer? I'm having a real hard time hearing you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's better.
Is that better?
I didn't even realize I was having trouble hearing you. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Orlemans.
Thank you for being here this evening.
Thank
If you fundamentally disagree with the project presented to the Planning Commission, would you have a problem approving the project if state law requires it or it complies with the general plan for the city?
Absolutely not. The Planning Commission, you have to understand, the Planning Commission works within the framework of the law. The Planning Commission's job is to make sure that everything is upheld. And that goes both ways. The applicant needs to have a clean application that is consistent with the law. And if it is, and it doesn't matter, and I know that this entire council, or the council that was here before at least, was wrestling with the state laws that are taking a lot of control away from us. But we do have to do what the state says. The consequences are very severe. If we don't, they can take away planning from the city entirely. And so there's a great deal at stake. So we have to play within those bounds.
Thank you.
Councilperson Pearson.
Hi,
Hi.
how are you?
Good, thank you.
That's good. What would you describe as the top 3 priorities of the Planning Commission?
The Planning Commission, to me, the top priorities of the Planning Commission are first and foremost to review applications and either approve or deny them based on their applicability to the general plan. That is the top priority of the Planning Commission that I know of. The other priorities of the Planning Commission should be to take into account the betterment of Brentwood to the extent that it's allowable under the law. The Planning Commission should do their level best to make sure that projects that are approved are beneficial to the city. They meet our appearance standards and they help the city. So, but the Planning Commission, again, is limited, as we discussed with Council Member Orlemans. You can only go so far, but the best planning commissioners know exactly where those lines are drawn and how best to use what tools they have available to make the best project for the city. And I think finally, it's an important value for the Planning Commission to recognize the concerns of the public. It's pretty well known that I favor the point of view of the 70% of Brentwoodians and 65%, the 70% that voted no on L and the 65% that voted yes on Measure Q. I believe that what we need to do as the Planning Commission is make sure the public is heard. The applicant has staff, they have engineers here, they have every resource available to them to make a good application. And when the time comes for the Planning Commission to listen to the application, I think it's really super important to listen to the people that come to speak and to read their emails and to understand their concerns.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Floor, the last question is, please explain the duties of the Planning Commission. That almost dovetails into exactly what your answer was for the last one, but if you could explain the duties as you understand them.
The duties are to review applications and make sure that they're compliant.
Are there any clarifying questions?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
You mentioned the, no, you didn't mention, but you mentioned, taking care, working with residents. And one of the things that this year I was proud of, and I don't know how you feel about it, is that Gracie Lane, a lot of the residents were upset with the architecture and the landscaping. So I met with them, and then we worked with the applicant to improve what they had originally submitted. How do you feel about having, because that can be a tough conversation with an applicant. They come in with their lawyers, they come in with everyone, and they're not required to do some of the things that we asked for. But how do you feel about having those kind of tough conversations, like out in public?
It doesn't bother me at all.
At all? Okay.
How long you known me?
Okay. And you're open to working with residents and meeting with them and all of that good stuff if they reach out to you?
Absolutely. Just, under the conditions of the Brown Act, so that there's not more than two of us there.
Okay.
I'd be totally happy to talk to the public. I think it's important that the commissions and the city council talk to the public. Again, the applicant has the benefit of working with city staff, all the engineers, all the experts, and the public really only has us. So I think it's really important for us to take that seriously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any further clarifying questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Floor, very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next applicant is Mr. David Sparling.
For procedural, did we want Mr. Fleur to remain in the audience instead of returning back?
Yes,
Thank you.
sorry, Mr. Floor, that could have been clarified before you made the trip back. Good evening, Mr. Sparling. You may be aware of the process somewhat, but I'll just go over it again. Each one of the council members will ask you a question. Everyone does get asked the exact same question. Mendoza.
You're back, so we probably weren't that bad. Just kidding. This is a weird one because you're on council right now, but what I've been asking is how many they've attended in the last couple of meetings, how many meetings they've attended as residents. But I guess for you, it's just like, what were the top 3 items that you had to deal with this year on these 2 last years on Planning Commission? And how do you feel about the final vote that you had to give?
Great question. Well, first of all, even before I was on the Planning Commission, I attended, a lot of city council meetings as well as Planning Commission meetings. Sometimes I spoke, sometimes I didn't. I tend not to speak at that time unless it was something that I was passionate about. But I would say over the last 2 years, it's been, it's a little bit different sitting up there than it is down here and having to make decisions. I think the three topics that came up, I think that were most challenging was the first one was the Innovation Center. Planning Commission had a long meeting after the City Council voted a certain way to format it. I certainly felt strongly that we needed more ECLI space allocated for PA1, because if we're going to truly transform Brentwood from a economy that's based on development to one that's sustainable, so that we can continue to build out the services that the growing population needs, we need to create jobs. And that's what I felt, that's what I feel like the Innovation Center is. So felt very passionate. That's why it was a 4-hour meeting instead of probably could have been done in an hour had we just not gone through the process that we went through. And I was appreciative of the fact that you guys agreed to it when it came before you. I think the other one was Orchard Grove. When I think about residential development, the developer had every right to build the homes there where they built it because it was zoned for it. My thought process in that meeting was really, how can I make this project as least impactful to the existing residents in the area as possible? Because if you look at that neighborhood and the change that's going to happen over the next 2 years in terms of construction, it was pretty impactful. So I wanted to make sure that the design was as best as we can make it. Wanted to make sure that the residents' voice was heard, and it was. They wanted certain things done. I was happy with how it left the Planning Commission. I know there were additional adjustments made by the City Council, which were all great as well. And then I think the third one was and I'm drawing a blank on the name of the project, but it was the school on Walnut and Balfour that was somewhat controversial. It was not zoned for a school. One of the concerns I had for it was just the traffic it would create on a thoroughfare to Vasco. I think we need a STEM school in Brentwood. I work in the sciences, so I'm always going to support a STEM effort, right? But it wasn't the wrong place for that project. But part of my thought process, and I can tell you that I was back and forth voting yes or no on that project multiple times during the 2 times it came through us, because I tend to be very open to input from the public and input from the applicant as well, and tend to ask a lot of questions and challenge both staff, sorry about that staff, as well as the applicant, because I want to make sure I'm making the most informed process. But one of the things that concerned me is the same concern I have now, is that we made the right decision in rejecting that, but I was concerned because what was going to go there if that didn't go there? And we're sitting here almost 2 years later and it's empty. And so therefore jobs were not created, and that's a concern of mine for any planning project that comes before the commission, whether I'm on it or whether I'm not on it. Hopefully that answered the question.
Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Meyer.
It's okay, it's still new to me too, and it's a tongue twister. Thank you for coming back to us and reapplying. Through your work or associations, personal or professional, it's a long question, or those of your spouse or dependent children, would you have had a conflict of interest, or did you, with any of the projects presented to the Planning Commission in the past year? And do you have any potential conflict of interest with any of the projects expected to come before Planning or Council in the coming year?
So it's easy, no. The answer is no, I don't have any conflict of interest. I can't imagine that I would have any conflict of interest. The work I do does not exist in this part of the county. I would love for it to be a conflict of interest, because if I had to recuse myself, that means there would be an R&D space built in Brentwood. So I would love that. So no, I couldn't see any conflict of interest other than some sort of personal relationship that could come up that I couldn't foresee, but nothing from a business standpoint.
Thank you.
Councilperson Orland.
Well, in the past, have you ever fundamentally disagreed with a project presented to the Planning Commission? And did you have a problem approving the project if state law required it, or they complied with the plan, the city's master plan?
Have I had a problem with? Yes, I have. And yes, I voted the way that I felt I should have voted at the time. I think that, I don't want to get too long-winded on this because I could talk about the state laws for a long time, but I think that at the end of the day, I have to understand the process. And I will tell you that our last planning meeting was particularly frustrating. There were 3 agenda items. All of them were process votes, and that we just had to vote on them to come to you. I disagreed with all 3 of them. I voted the way that I should have voted to support state law for 2 of them, and for the ADU, I did not, because I don't feel the language is restricted enough for ADUs and JADUs to protect and really protect the citizens of Brentwood from possible abuse from investment and what have you. But I voted no, knowing that it was already coming to you as an agenda item. So yes, it was, if you watched the meeting, it was a protest vote because I knew from a process standpoint, it was going to come to you, and we have to follow the state law.
Thank you.
Councilperson Pearson?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What would you describe as the top 3 priorities of the Planning Commission?
Well, one, we have to follow the general plan, and we need to make sure that we are, the product that leaves the Planning Commission meets all the requirements from both a zoning standpoint and a design standpoint. And if we can make any improvements to make the product better, then that's the priority of the Planning Commission.
And as we go through these questions, I'm seeing how unfortunate my question with Councilperson Pearson's right before it is, because they very much follow after each other. Please explain the duties of the Planning Commission, and you can do it as briefly as possible since I know you know them.
It's to execute the general plan. That's the primary. And again, to try to improve the projects and make sure it fits. I always think of the agenda items as, does it fit the area that's going into? What improvements can we make? And make sure that we also get the applicant, if they're not participating in any sort of like fire fund, can we get them to agree to it, even if it's an old agenda item or a project coming back, which there's been a number of those, because I think that the applicants, it's worth asking the applicants to come up to speed in terms of the current requirements versus when they first submitted the plan. All they can say is no, and a number of them have actually agreed to it prior to coming to City Council.
Well, thank you very much. Are there any clarifying questions for Mr. Sparling? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Sparling. We appreciate your application. The next applicant will be Mr. Joseph Terry.
And Mayor, we just received news that he's an on-duty police officer and is unable to make it based on some current calls that he's addressing in another city. So we can see if he's able to show up by the end of the meeting. If not, he will not be able to participate today.
Okay, thank you. We will move into Mr. Christopher Brand. Good evening, Mr. Brand.
Good evening.
Thank you for being here this evening. I'll quickly go over the process for this interview. Each one of the council members will ask you a question. Everyone is asked exactly the same questions. At the end, there could be some clarifying questions asked of any of your responses. And at this time, I will start off with Council Member Mendoza.
Hello, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
In the last 2 years, it's a 3-part question. Sorry, I forgot to say that. In the last couple of years, how many meetings approximately have you attended? What were the 3 top agenda items that drove you to attend those meetings? And how do you feel about the final vote from the Planning Commission for those items?
So in the last 2 years, probably approximately 6 or 7, I would say. The 3 agenda items that stand out most to me, I'll say first off, it was regarding the Orchard Grove. That was I think it was formerly the Adams Lane project. There was a lot of interesting discussions around affordable housing quantities, as well as the position of the lots relative to direction, as well as some concerns with respect to the outer landscaping. It was a really interesting discussion that got kicked back, and what I appreciated about it was that we saw collaboration with the developer, and the developer was able to provide some collaborations with the local citizens to be able to reach a conclusion that was pretty meaningful. I would say that one. In addition, more recently, I would say the Vineyard Academy, which is like right next door. That was a great discussion. I think the folks came forward with an initially, I won't say incomplete, but not terribly comprehensive plan as far as a number of areas, including the outer design and such. And now that has been brought back, my understanding is that they are working to resolve some of those, including things related to the multi-purpose standalone buildings with respect to classrooms, as well as an outer wall to separate areas, two local residences from the actual property itself. And then third, I would say the Innovation Center. That one stands out a lot. The back and forth between the Planning Commission and the City Council I found to be a great collaboration. I was very pleased to see the way that the Planning Commission had provided its initial assessment. The city City Council, y'all did, some of you did a lot to kind of dig into the details as far as what the plans were. And then as it returned to the city, to the Planning Commission, I feel like the Planning Commission made an excellent decision to focus more exclusively on the economic development areas. And that tends to be a great opportunity for our wonderful city. And by expanding upon that, I think it provides the city a great opportunity for further growth.
Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Meyer.
My question's very long, but thank you for coming tonight and for your application.
Thank you.
Through your work or associations, personal or professional, or those of your spouse or dependent children, would you have had a conflict of interest with any of the projects presented to the Planning Commission in the past year? Or do you have any potential conflict of interest with any of the projects expected to come before Planning or Council in the coming year?
I don't believe I have any conflict of interests. You're welcome to tear my life apart if you like and say look for some, but I'm just, I'll be honest, I'm just a local resident, father of four, looking to, help beautify the city that I call home.
That works. Thank you.
Thank you for being here this evening. If you fundamentally disagree with the project presented to the Planning Commission, would you have a problem approving the project if state law requires it or it complies with the general plan for the city?
If I'm understanding your question correctly, if my personal belief or understanding of the project itself is, let's say, incongruent with that of state law as well as the general plan itself, what would I do?
Basically, yes. If you fundamentally disagree, if you don't agree with the project and is the way it's being presented or what's being presented, but state law requires that project be approved, would you be able to do that?
Sacramento dictates a lot of what happens as of recently and previously. We have to stay within the bounds of what is required. And then obviously the same goes for our general plan. The Planning Commission's ceiling of duty is effectively as long as it doesn't require a considerable change, any change really to the general plan, Planning Commission should be able to approve that. I would be comfortable, yes.
Thank you.
Councilperson Pearson.
Hi, how are you?
Good evening.
Good evening. What would you describe as the top 3 priorities of the Planning Commission?
Top 3. So to start, we have the design and the development of the city itself. We're looking to uphold the city's, I'll call it aesthetic charter. We all love this city, and we want to make sure that the buildings and all structures maintain a certain continuity. And so obviously a number of design concerns would be with respect to that. There's the upholding of the general plan and the related zoning guidelines. I see those things as relatively intertwined, and then we can throw in stuff in there with, sorry, I'm spreading out a little bit too much, but under that same umbrella, I would say things about like environmental concerns, other concerns with respect to even noise complaints. There's a lot of line items in the general plan, but the Planning Commission should embrace each one of those subject areas so that we can best comprehend the integration of a particular project within our great city. In addition to that, I would say there's regulation of future growth. This may be one project on the horizon. However, it could mean that future projects may arise, and so we have to hold a particular project in the context of what may be happening in the future. And so I think it's important that we hold that contextual understanding of what is on the horizon and may be on the horizon as we make the decisions in front of us today.
Thank you.
Mr. Brand, the last question, again, this is almost duplicating the previous. Please explain the duties of the Planning Commission.
Yeah, I apologize. I think I may have just done that.
Yeah, and so be as briefly as possible.
Well, as I said, the commission needs to take a very objective approach to the presentation of each individual line item when it comes to a new project that's brought forward. We use the general plan as a guideline to ensure that it meets the needs and follows the law of our city. As Councilman Orlemans described as well, there are state concerns as well, and we need to be mindful of those. I wouldn't want to bulldoze that in any regard, no pun intended. In addition to that, we do see the specifics as it relates to future growth opportunities. I know areas like the PA1 and such, there's a lot of growth opportunity there, and looking at it holistically, as I know that the Planning Commission and City Council has done to date at this time has been wonderful, and I think we continue to do that.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions for Mr. Brand at this time? Okay. Thank you, sir. Please stay in here as we call in the next one. We appreciate your application.
Thank you very much.
Nicole Glazer will be joining us. Let's see here. Oh, thank you. Good evening, Ms. Glazer. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Yes.
The process will be as follows. Each one of the council members will ask you a question. All of the applicants have been asked exactly the same question. And at the end of the questions, there could be additional clarifying questions to any of your responses asked to you by council. So at this time, we will turn it to Council Member Mendoza.
Hi, and thank you for being here tonight.
Hi, thank you.
In the last 2 years, approximately how many meetings have you attended? And I have 2 more questions. And of the meetings that you attended, what were the top 3 items that drove you to watch the meetings? And how did you feel about the outcome?
So first of all, thank you for having me here today. So for the last 2 meetings that I attended, I actually watched them after the fact on the city's website. And what caught me most, what I enjoyed about it most, was not necessarily the specific subjects that were discussed at the meetings, but the general sense that the commissioners cared really about bridging the gap between the developers and community members. And I really felt like whenever an issue was brought up, that they did not dismiss anything that was said during the public comments. And I really felt like they did a great job listening to the community members. And that's really what made me think that it was a good idea to seek to be on the Planning Commission, because I care about this community and I would love to work more with the community, and being amongst like-minded people is where I would like to be.
So is there any projects that you remember that are like, that drove you to want to watch the meeting, or?
The project that I was specifically interested in was a tattoo shop that was opening up. And the applicant was born and raised in Brentwood. And I love that he was coming from this community and staying in this community and helping to build the community. And that is the one that really stuck with me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, that would be great. I'm having trouble finding the buttons here. Yeah. Nice, Mayor Meyer.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for your application. I really enjoyed that tattoo shop owner as well. I thought he was great. My question's kind of long. Through your work or associations, personal or professional, or those of your spouse or dependent children, would you have had a conflict of interest with any projects presented to the Planning Commission in the past year? And do you have any potential conflict of interest with any of the projects expected to come before Planning or Council in the coming year?
I do not expect to have any conflicts professionally or otherwise in my outside of my profession associations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for being here. If you fundamentally disagree with a project presented to the Planning Commission, would you have a problem approving the project if state law required it or it complies with the general plan for the city?
If I personally disagreed with the project and the project was supported by the city, I would first do what I could to seek to learn more about why the project is approved by the city, and possibly seek to understand any kind of differences between how I felt versus how the city felt before voting either way. I would first seek to understand a little bit more about why there is a disconnect.
Maybe it's not 100% clear. State laws are requiring you approve of the project. The city, the project complies with the general plan for the city. The problem is you just don't agree with it. You have no idea what the city thinks about it or what the council or anybody else thinks. It's state law and the general plan.
Okay. Yeah, I could see where I got mixed up with the general plan. Yes. I personally would not feel like I would be in a place to vote yes on something that I did not agree with. Although I don't foresee that happening. If it's in the general plan, I, for now, would think that I would be supporting of it. But if that were the case, that I fundamentally did not agree with it, I would have to say that I would not vote for it.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, good, thanks.
Thank you. What would you describe as the top 3 priorities of the Planning Commission?
I would say that the Planning Commission should prioritize housing, having more housing and affordable housing in Brentwood. Making sure that the design aspect of new projects and upcoming projects meet the overall aesthetic of Brentwood. And any new plans don't, any new housing plans or designs don't conflict with existing structures. And that any of the new new construction or new developments that are proposed have the infrastructure, the city has the infrastructure to support it, such as, roads and traffic planning, and that it does not further create any traffic issues in the city. Thank you.
Ms. Glazer, this is the last question. And it is very similar to the one you just answered. Please explain the duties of the Planning Commission as you understand them.
Making sure that the design of, like I said already, the design of any new developments or new projects fit the overall look that Brentwood is going for, and that it does not conflict with any existing structures or any existing developments. Also, that the plans support the housing needs for the city of Brentwood and the future housing needs also, since many of these plans take years or decades to come to fruition. I feel like it's really important to look at the city's growth. And then the third aspect would be the traffic plan. There's a lot of people here in Brentwood that commute to work, maybe not so much these days as pre-COVID, but traffic, I've noticed, is always on the forefront of people's minds, not just, in a commute fashion, but also getting through the town and getting to where we're going safely. So I feel like the Planning Commission is responsible for making sure that any of the developments that go in support the flow of traffic through the city as well.
Thank you very much. Are there any clarifying questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much for your application. Please feel free to have a seat and Good evening, Mr. Baldwin. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Hello, good evening.
I will go over the process that we're getting ready to go through. Each of the council members will ask a question of you. Everyone has been asked exactly the same questions. And at the end of the questions, there could be some clarifying questions asked regarding any of your responses. Councilperson Mendoza, we'll start.
Hi, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I have a three-part question. How many meetings in the past couple of years have you attended approximately? What are the top 3 items that drove you to attend those meetings? And how do you feel about the outcome of those items, those agenda items?
So I've not physically attended a meeting. So we're talking planning commission meeting or,
Planning commission meeting on Zoom or
Zoom,
after the
okay.
fact, yeah.
oh, well, I've attended one or actually 2 planning commission meetings.
Okay.
In terms of items talked about, my interest was really about the process. For me as a resident of the city, I drive around wondering why are things the way they are? And so it's led me to this planning commission, the process by which decisions are made. And in terms of how we select certain buildings, certain projects, and getting the input from the community is of interest. So for me, it not necessarily was a particular yes or no on a particular item, but was a process followed, and is it consistent?
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for applying and for being here tonight. My question's a little bit long. Through your work or associations, personal or professional, or those of your spouse or dependent children, would you have had a conflict of interest with any projects presented to the Planning Commission in the past year? And do you have any potential conflict of interest with any of the projects expected to come before Planning or Council in the coming year?
So as president of the local East County Revolution FC soccer club, I believe my conflict of interest would be with the building of the city park on Fairview and Sand Creek. That would be the only conflict of interest I can think of.
Thank you. Would you repeat what you're the president of? I'm sorry.
East County Revolution Football Club.
Sorry, I'm just trying to finish a note real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for being here this evening. If you fundamentally disagree with a project presented to the Planning Commission, would you have a problem approving the project if state law required it and or it complies with the general plan for the city of Brentwood?
So I think this is a situation that I face pretty much almost every other day. So whether it's at the soccer club or my regular day work, there are guidelines to what we do. And as I see the planning commissioner, the role that he or she has is to take input. We are not the sole judge on what goes in or out, but we have to apply what's in the general plan and use that as guidance on how we make our decision. So that's going to mean doing research, getting input from the city officials, bringing forth that project, listening to public comment, and hopefully engaging and seeking public comment to get a very well-rounded view. But yes, I do believe there probably would be a project or two that I would disagree with, but as long as, again, we're consistent in how we apply the laws, and mainly, want to be dutiful and maintaining the laws and what this particular commission's set to do, that's the role.
Thank you.
My turn. Sorry. I was still writing. What would you describe as the top 3 priorities of the Planning Commission? And thank you for being here.
Thank you. So I think the main goal is to recommend to the city council. I see it as a organization or a set of people who are going to do a deep dive to ensure that the general plan, I want to say the other protocols or the municipal codes are applied to a particular design. Now, also I see it as it's not an opportunity to ask about a certain policy, a certain political bent, because as I see it, the Planning Commission has a guidance in front of it to adhere to, and to then kind of sift through the noise to find, did we do our due diligence, and understanding that this particular request coming before the commission holds to that, and that we can kind of put forth to the city that we've applied that approach. So, and then also lastly, it's the giving the input as a resident of Brentwood. I think it's important for us to partake in this process. So it gives another view of any project coming forward for the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Mr. Baldwin, this is the last question. It's very similar to the previous. Please explain the duties of the Planning Commission as you understand them.
Yeah. So again, elaborating on the concept of trying to adhere to what's set forth. So there are the municipal codes, general plan, that this commission provides, it's given an opportunity to do a deep dive. They're given the material ahead of the meeting, try to understand what is relevant to ask, because I do know that you can come to these meetings and ask some questions that are going to go down a rabbit hole and are not really meaningful to the discussion at hand. But I think it's the duty of each commissioner to at least try to find something that's out of the ordinary, to make sure that when it's presented to this group, that this is a meaningful request. We've seen to as our best knowledge that it adheres to city guidelines, municipal codes, and that it's relevant to this group.
Thank you very much. Are there any clarifying questions for Mr. Baldwin at this time? Okay, no. Thank you very much, Mr. Baldwin. Please feel free to have a seat, and we'll bring in the next applicant, Mr. Ravi Vedantam. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody.
Thank you for being here. Am I pronouncing your last name properly, Vedantam?
That's very close.
Very close. Okay, I'll take it. The process that we're going to begin is that each council member will ask a question. All of the questions are exactly the same questions that have been asked to every other applicant. And at the end of the answers and the questions, there could be an opportunity for council to ask some clarifying questions regarding your responses.
Okay.
So, Council Member Mendoza.
Hello, and thank you for being here.
Hello.
I have a three-part question. The first part is, in the last couple of years, how many planning commission meetings have you attended? And of those meetings, what were the top 3 items that drove you to attend the meeting? And how did you feel about the outcome of those agenda items?
Okay, so the first answer to the first question is I don't know the exact count, but I would say at least 2 to 3. Okay. The second one is what made you attend that is what made me attend that is you know, I'm more of a social guy. I want to kind of do something to the community, so I wanted to see what the Planning Commission is doing for the city of Brentwood. So I was interested in what the future looks like for the city. So that motivated kind of made me attend those meetings. The third one is what outcome, because I know how the city and the Planning Commission kind of works. It did not have an outcome with the 3 limited amount of meetings I attended, but I kind of understand the...
Yeah, so usually there's like items on the agenda. Do you any of the agenda items that were specific that they had to vote on, did they make an impact on you, or what did you think about the discussion?
Well, the discussions were very clean and elaborative, right? But Something that impacted me on during that meeting, I can't think of right now, but in general, I think they're very to the point and how the voting goes between the council members and the decisions that are made as part of the planning commission. They're very detailed.
Okay.
So, sorry, there's no main impact that I could think of at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Meyer.
Thank you for coming tonight and for your application. My question's kind of long. Through your work or associations, personal or professional, or those of your spouse or dependent children, would you have had a conflict of interest with any projects presented to the Planning Commission in the past year? And do you have any potential conflict of interest with any of the projects expected to come before Planning or Council in the coming year?
That's a very good question. So I'm a civil engineer. I've been working in, I've worked in various city, Caltrans, BART, a lot of infrastructure projects in my past career. I'm still working for a design build contractor, but we don't do a whole lot of work in city of Brentwood. A lot of our work is focused in the San Francisco, San Jose area. So I did not have any conflict so far. My wife works for Caltrans.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
My wife works for the Department of Transportation, Caltrans.
Thank you.
So as far as I know, I don't think she did any projects or any conflict in the city of Brentwood area. But moving forward or in the future, if I get elected, I'll make sure that if there is any kind of conflict, I'll either stay out or make sure that I communicate with the board or with the city that if there is any upcoming conflict that potentially might be happening.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for being here. If you fundamentally disagree with a project presented to the Planning Commission, would you have a problem approving the project if state law requires it or it complies with the general plan for the city?
If I understand the question right, you're saying if there's a conflict with the other members?
No, sir. If you fundamentally disagree with the project, if it doesn't...
If I personally disagree, but as long as it meets the state laws and the building codes or the general plan, I would definitely consider it. I'll definitely approve it as long as it meets all the criteria. My personal choice is not necessarily the public choice, right? As long as it makes sense from a general plan standpoint, I'll approve it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. What would you describe as the top 3 priorities of the Planning Commission?
The top 3 priorities, according to me, is one being fair, I think. And the second one would be being professional of whether going through the general plan or looking at a zoning plan or even reviewing a permit set. So being professional and fair, and I'm very passionate of what I did all these years and what I wanted to do as a civil engineer. So I'm going to be passionate about whatever work I'm going to be doing as a planning commissioner.
This is the last question. Please explain the duties of the Planning Commission.
So to be brief, and as far as to my understanding, I think one is developing and understanding the general plan, what the city expectations are, what is the future goals of the city, and if there are any specific plans that the city wants to develop for any specific area, and understanding the city budget, what are the financial implications and expectations, and obviously communicating with the community and making sure the expectations are understood and communicated to the public, so their needs are met in a safe manner. I think that's, and obviously the zoning, the land zoning maps that needs to be looked into, and any commercial or residential permits that come in, that should be reviewed from a design and implementation standpoint.
Thank you very much. Are there any clarifying questions at this time? Thank you very much, Mr. Vedantam. And please have a seat and we will check in. We do have one more applicant that wasn't able to be here. Have we heard from Mr. Terry?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Doesn't look like you'll be able to attend tonight.
Okay. So at this time, our Assistant City Clerk will call and we will open public comments and turn it to you.
We will take public comments in the council chamber, followed by Zoom public comment. If you are in person, please fill a speaker card and turn it in with the Assistant City Clerk. If you are participating via Zoom, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom during this item to speak under public comments. At this time, public comment is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda, items that are listed under presentations. Actually, I don't believe we're gonna do all of that, but please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting, especially related to, that is all. So if we have any additional public comments other than who is turned in already. And so far I have Bobby Jurek.
How are you guys tonight? Doing well. It's nice to be back here in person and see your faces and see everybody, and hope you guys had a great New Year. Apologize for looking at my phone a little bit, but I have a few notes I wanted to read. So I know the City Council and the Planning Commission are vital roles in our local government, and they influence the quality of the life here of the Brentwood residents, very much so. These decisions are very important. With that said, the general plan is our structure and the roadmap to provide smart growth within the city and maintain the quality of life that we love here so much. It's imperative to follow the general plan. So selecting people to the Planning Commission is an extremely important decision, as they're the gatekeepers for our quality of life. They protect our current state as well as shape the future of the city. So with that said, I think Rod Floor has, innumerable times shown that integrity, that he cares about the general plan and its integrity, and has shown to weigh those decisions heavily when he speaks. As well, Mr. David Sparling, apologize for that, has shown it numerous times on council that he also has that integrity, respects the general plan, and upholds it with the utmost respect. Secondarily, I definitely think this process should be done in the public's view. I don't think it should be done in a vacuum behind closed doors. I think it should be done for all of us to see for full transparency. So I'd like to make that known and say thank you very much for all of your time tonight, and have fun.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Danny Dorman.
I know what you're all thinking. I wonder what he's going to say. Danny Dorman, proud disabled veteran and leader with over 25 years of complex duties and responsibilities in all aspects of construction, architecture, planning, and sourcing. Hands-on expertise in a myriad of arenas, both public and private, as general contractor, architect, sourcer, project manager for such industries as Chevron, Kaiser, as well as chief technology officer for a minority-owned construction company. Now, I know I didn't make the cut, but I'd like to answer the questions you asked of the other candidates. How many meetings have you attended in the last 2 years, and what prompted you to attend? With much respect, I've attended more than 7 of the 9 candidates who have been up here tonight. But if I had to guess, over a dozen. What originally started for me was Measure L. What kept my curiosity going was how the sausage is made here. And what keeps me involved is my passion to keep this city the best and the envy of the state. Do I have any conflicts of interest? No. Would I vote on SB 9? No. I think SB 9 conflicts with other SBs and ABs. I think staff and our legal team should look into it. And if there aren't any, or if there are conflicts, let the court decide. And then 3 or 4 and 5, what are the duties of planning? Review information provided by the applicants to ensure the best interests of the city are met, and review the information provided by staff, and to ultimately decide with my colleagues what are the best recommendations to pass along to you guys. And let's see. Oh, I have 47 seconds left. So priorities to make sure whatever is built in Brentwood is safe, secure, adheres to the requirements, and what makes our city the jewel of East County. To provide the council with a series of recommendations that meet the high standards of information needed to help you in a decision that affects us. And to properly balance the standards of living in business, or what is known as smart growth. So I thank you for your time. Best of luck in your decision.
I have no other speaker cards. I have 1 speaker on Zoom. I have 2 speakers on Zoom. Carolina Villaseca, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for hosting this meeting accessible to the public. It was very interesting to hear from the candidates, and I want to thank the candidates, first of all, for putting themselves out there and applying for the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission is the first backstop to having a beautiful city and having a consistent city, having a safe city, and sticking to the general plan. Of the candidates, in no particular order, I think the 3 that have been most vested in paying attention to what's been happening in our city with the Planning Commission and with City Council would be Chris Brandt, David Sparling, and Rod Floor. They were able to answer the questions most precisely and most thoroughly. I think it was great that we had so many candidates apply, and I would urge the City Council to keep the process transparent, because I think the input from the public is really, really important. And one thing that perhaps the 2 new City Council members may not be aware of is that we were trying to fill a position, and I don't remember which one, so you'll have to excuse my, I can't remember which position it was, but there was an issue when they came out from closed door meeting and the certain City Council members not wanting to share notes. So there was no reason given for why the City Council members were choosing a certain candidate. And no explanation was given. The notes were not shared, and a brief report is not adequate for the public. So transparency is awesome. Thank you.
Marisol Valles.
Hello. I wanted to say thank you to Council Members Mendoza, Meyer, and to Mayor Bryant for allowing the public to participate in this interview process that was not available to residents just 3 years ago. The last 2 years of being a part of these interviews has been extremely insightful. Tonight will be the first insight into the new council members and seeing how they vote and who they choose. Please remember that the people you choose to be on the Planning Commission reflects your values, beliefs for the city of Brentwood. For example, does a candidate understand the general plan? Does the candidate have any special interests? Has the candidate actively participated in previous committees and or city council meetings? Does the applicant seem knowledgeable about what the role will be to do adequate research? Planning commissioners make very important decisions that affect the city of Brentwood. We need commissioners that understand this task. Thank you, like Carolina said, to everyone that did apply. I know it's not easy to be up there and go through the interview process, and it takes a lot of time. But after hearing all the candidates above and beyond, 2 of your candidates hands down should be Dave Sparling and Rod Floor. No other candidates held the level of experience as these 2. Dave has done a fantastic job on the Planning Commission and knows the role he needs to do. Rod has been an active resident doing the research and has done the work. City staff, commissioners, and council members have leveraged his research and ideas. For example, he spearheaded Measure Q. Please choose wisely tonight for the residents, not your special interests, and do not try to spin someone you want if they are not qualified. Have fun tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Braden Hayna?
Can you hear me?
Braden, go ahead.
Well, good evening, City Council. Sorry I was unable to make it again tonight, working again. But I just wanted to hop on here real quick and say what a good job all the candidates did. We got a lot of insight, a lot of information, a lot of things to think about for the council. But I wanted to definitely prioritize me hopping on here and thanking and showing recognition to our amazing city staff, through and through what these folks have to do every day to run one of the greatest cities in the East Bay. It's just unfathomable. They all do such an amazing job. They get so much heat from people, and I don't understand. It's mind-boggling. Going down the list, we'll start with Tim Ogden, who puts his heart and soul into this city. I just thank you, Tim, for all you do for this city, day in and day out, ensuring that the city's future is not just ensure the city's going in the right direction for a bright and successful future, pointing our council in the right direction. You are one of the most crucial pieces to the city, besides the council, obviously. Mr. Gale knows his stuff as well, knows what he's talking about, never skips a beat. His work with the economic development in the city, conserving the wealth and building for a future, as well as being super transparent and helpful to contact when residents like myself have any questions. Our lovely clerks, Amanda and Margaret, making sure everything is in working order. Chief Herbert, protecting and serving the great city of Brentwood, ensuring safety for all residents. I can go on all night. Honestly, I can, but I just want to shout out these men and women real quick that serve our city staff, serve our city, and I think that they all should be celebrated to the highest quantity. Thank you all and good night. Go Niners. And
Todor?
Now I'm finally unmuted. I hope everyone can hear me. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. Now back to the Planning Commission interviews. I think we had a really great choice as far as candidates for our Planning Commission meeting, but I would encourage you to definitely vote to appoint Mr. Sparling. He has an amazing experience, really good judgment. He proved it over and over during his 2-year tenure in the Planning Commission. Also, Mr. Rod Floor, he's been instrumental in supporting a lot of projects and efforts to improve our city and create great projects with great results around Brentwood. Also, he's connected with a lot of residents. He has the pulse of the city, and I'm sure he's going to make a great commissioner that will make excellent decisions, definitely residents-driven decisions. And also, Mr. Chris Brand, he proved that he's very professional. He understands what's going on, even though it sounds like he's a very new resident of Brentwood. He understands what's going on around the city. He's been paying attention to the projects, to elections, to anything that went around the city. And his analytical experience and his soft skills, I think will make him also an excellent commissioner, planning commissioner. So I highly encourage you to appoint these 3 candidates that will definitely make good partners for the current city council. And I thank you for the effort, for the selection process and conducting all this transparent and democratic process that we have in place today. So thank you so much, and good luck, everyone.
Thank you. I have no further speakers.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments, and we can open it up to council discussion. Before we go into further discussion, I've got a question that I would like to hear answered, if it's permissible, from council. One question that is normally in the past asked and didn't make the cut on this list. Would that be permissible with council? We did, so we shouldn't do that then. Okay. Next year. The next one. Okay. So at this time, if each of our council members could provide 3 names, their top 3 candidates from first to last, and Amanda will make a record of it. Are we able to put those up in?
I can have it live while we're going, or I can put it up while you're speaking, however you'd like it.
If we could do it both ways, that would be great. I don't know if with the new stuff, I'm not sure.
Yep, we can put it up on the screen.
That would be helpful. And in discussions, I know there was a lot. It's great to have the problem that we have right now of having so many great applicants.
Well, that's one of the things I wanted to say is there was some skepticism by some about how many applicants we would actually have because we have become so detail-oriented. And we had 19 applicants, which I think is the most number we've had in a very, very long time. And I was so happy to see that so many residents are so invested in the city. So I know it's tough sometimes, but whatever we're doing, it's getting people interested in participating, which I really like.
And I just want to say, in case no one heard that, 19 applicants. That was fantastic. Fantastic.
Are we ready? Well, we might as well start in the order of questioning. Council Member Mendoza.
Number 1 is Rod Floor. Number 2 is David Sparling. And number 3 is Chris Brand.
Wasn't sure if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you.
Number 1, Rod Floor. Number 2, David Sparling. And number 3, Chris Brand.
Number 1, David Sparling. Number 2, Ravi, and I'm not going to pronounce the last name. I'm not even going to try. I'm sorry. It's almost as difficult as mine. And then number 3 would be Nicole Glazer.
Number 1 for me would be Rod Floor. Number 2 would be Ravi, and I'm going to try to pronounce your name and apologize in advance if I'm butchering your name. Vidanetham. And my number 3 would be Vincent Baldwin.
So my number 1 would be Mr. David Sparling, I'm sorry. My second would be if only I could ask this one question, but I can't.
I'm dealing with that one.
I can say it since I can't ask it. I think it's important to understand what each of their qualifications, they felt their strengths, their qualifications to do the job would be, as far as skill sets. But we do have their applications. And so my second would be Mr. Rod Floor. He has long history with the city. I have confidence that even though he and I sometimes disagree on things, I believe his heart is definitely in the right place, and he's a smart man that has the best interests of the community. So, and the third would be, and this was the one I had the most difficulty with. I'm still having the most difficulty with. I'm sorry to drag this out, but I agree. The Planning Commission is, we have many commissions that are very impactful in our community. There aren't any commissions that are more impactful in the future of our community than our Planning Commission. I say my third is Mr. Christopher Brandt. So this process now is the first choice. We have 1, 2, 3 first choice for Mr. Floor. And 2 for Mr. Sparling.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
the process, you can do it the way you're doing it. Also, you have your 3 recommendations, and this really is your recommendations to the council. So if you would like at this point, you could make those 3 recommendations as the motions. Just you would nominate, this would be, you would nominate, your first one would be Mr. Dave Sparling, and then have the council vote on that. And then the second one, you had Mr. Floor, and then the third one, Mr. Brand, if you'd like to do it in that fashion.
Let's do it that way.
If I can ask one clarifying question of the council, this was in the staff report, is the first planning commission, the next planning commission meeting is next Tuesday. And in the staff report, it asked the council if they would like the commissioners that are selected tonight to start next Tuesday, or let them start on February 1st to allow them to get up to speed with the city systems and all of those sorts of things. Their emails, their interactions with staff, their orientation that is usually given new members. Staff can certainly do it and get ready for the 17th, but the options available that you already have a sitting commission, if you'd like the new commissioners to start their terms on February 1st, that is appropriate as well. It would be a question of staff on how the council would like to proceed.
Council?
My recommendation is that we go ahead and make everyone official members of the Planning Commission tonight. The reason why is we'll be left with even though we will meet the quorum requirements for next week's meeting, I think it would be better to go ahead and get the Planning Commission started as soon as possible, taking in mind and in consideration that there will be training that will come along the lines.
I would agree with that, although I would say if there's anyone who has a conflict based on thinking they might not have had to start next week, that they should be allowed to wait.
That was my thing.
Yeah.
And also getting their emails set up and everything done. I think maybe.
I think it's kind of a comfort level
Yeah.
thing. But yeah, if someone wants to, if they're ready to start next week, more power to them. Does it matter? I mean, obviously, if Mr. Sparling is chosen, he's an obvious. But
Yes, and for the other two, it would be helpful to know when their terms start. So if the council wants them to all start, tonight.
Can we finalize our choices and then check with the two additional candidates and see what their comfort level is?
You can do that. I just want to make sure at some point the council does memorialize when those terms start, so we have it on the record.
Right, yeah. Okay.
Okay, then with that, my first recommendation would be Mr. David Sparling.
Do you need a second?
At some
No,
point, the council
Are you
does
doing each one?
memorialize when those terms start, so we have it on the record.
Right, yeah. Okay.
Your ventriloquism act is absolutely phenomenal.
I have
That was-
powers I didn't even know with this microphone. Actually, for this, these are the mayor's recommendations, so there's no need for a second.
My second recommendation.
But we vote each time.
Do we vote each time? Okay, so all in favor? Aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. My second recommendation, Mr. Rod Floor, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, unanimous. And my third recommendation, Mr. Christopher Brand, all in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? It's unanimous. Okay, so Mr. David Sparling, Mr. Rod Floor, and Mr. Christopher Brand have been chosen by the Brentwood City Council to be our newest planning commissioners for the city of Brentwood. And if you'll, I'm sorry for the awkwardness. I'm accustomed to calling for a roll call vote for the last 2 years online and then waiting for everyone to speak individually.
Is this where we would check with the applicants about when they were comfortable starting and then establish the official date for the new commissioners? So would we invite them up to the podium and ask that question perhaps?
That would be one way to proceed.
Okay.
Just ask them to, ask them their availability,
Okay,
and then
Mayor?
the council would take a motion on the start date for the new commissioners.
Okay. So can you just invite Mr. Floor and then Mr. Brand up to the podium and ask their comfort level?
I can.
Mr. Mayor, before you do that, I just wanted to say congratulations to those selected, and for those of you who are applicants, I encourage you to apply next year, and we thank you for your applications.
Yes, thank you very much for all that applied. It was a very difficult decision, and we do greatly appreciate your care for our community.
One more time, 19. This was great. Thank you, everyone. And we do have other commissions that if you are not sure, you might look into your fit somewhere else as well. We really thank you for coming forward.
Mr. Floor and Mr. Sparling, I think, is ready. Mr. Floor, are you comfortable beginning?
Yeah, I can start on either day. Be fine.
Great. Thank you very much. And Mr. Brand?
If you could remind me the dates that were in question, I believe it was next week or February something. Was it?
Yeah, we have a planning commission set for next Tuesday, February 17th. And that's, if you're available right away, they could have you.
January 17th.
I can't recall the agenda for that meeting.
January 17th.
January 17th. Yeah, 1 week from today. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Hopefully I can get an email and such before then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sparling?
Yeah, my email works. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, with that, do I have a motion for adjournment?
Actually, Mr. Mayor, if we can just formally confirm that the council will have the commissioners appointed tonight will start their terms as of this evening.
Do we have clarification that the commissioners begin their appointment this evening?
Yes.
We can have a first and a second. and
Do I have a
vote.
first?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, unanimous. Thank you. Okay, and now I need a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the January 10th, 2023 City Council and Successor Agency meeting at 7 p.m. Could we get a roll call, please?
Council Member Mendoza?
Here.
Council Member Orlemans?
Here.
Council Member Pearson?
Here.
Vice Mayor Meyer?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. If you join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we will open public comments, and I'll turn it to you, Amanda.
We will take public comments in the council chamber, followed by a Zoom public comment. If you're in person, please fill a speaker's card with the Assistant City Clerk on the form provided on the counter in the back of the chamber. If you're participating via Zoom, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom during this time to speak under public comments. At this time, public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda, items that are listed under presentations, informal reports, or on the consent calendar, requests for future agenda items, new requests. Written comments submitted prior to the meeting have been made available on the City Council's agenda webpage. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda. If appropriate, staff will follow up on them with you directly. First public comment is Phil Rodriguez.
Thank you. As stated, I'm Phil Rodriguez. I am a teacher at Bristow Middle School. I am also the co-chair for the Brentwood Turkey Trot for Schools. I am joined by other committee members, Jane Rodriguez and Karen Eaton in the back. And I am here to thank the city of Brentwood, number one, for their great support with the Economic Development Grant for our Brentwood Turkey Trot Run for Schools at the streets of Brentwood on Thanksgiving morning. We're 9 years going now. I also want to thank the city and the city workers that were out there. I'm helping out setting up the course in the morning, and those folks were out there early and were helping us out closing Shady Willow, and we greatly appreciate that. I also, extreme thanks to the police department and the explorers. We had more officers there than I've ever seen, and every single one had a smile on their face and was very supportive. And so we greatly appreciate the Brentwood Police Department for being there and supporting us with that event. Lastly on this thanks for supporting 2,165 runners. That's the biggest event we've had yet. I dare say we're the biggest run in Contra Costa County because of Brentwood City's support. So it has become a tradition here in Brentwood, and it really brings the community together, and we greatly appreciate that. The type of contributions I want you folks to hear, all go to schools, high schools, and the Brentwood Elementary School District. So Liberty, Heritage, Liberty, and Freedom have received just a few of the items over the years with monies raised. Exercise bikes, uniforms, track supplies, a jump pit for their track team, team awnings, hurdles, high jump standards, shot puts, kettlebells, pole vaulting, crossbars, discus, starting blocks, water stations at Freedom High School, all supporting students in our high schools here in East Contra Costa County. Brentwood School District, middle schools and elementary schools have received yoga mats, just to name a few, plyometric blocks, climbing walls, disc golf equipment, Gaga Go Pits, game out of Israel, I guess, pickleball, foam, polo indoor sets, speakers for amplifying physical education instruction, jump ropes, pylons, and even trees planted at Bristow Middle School to shade students during the harder parts of our spring, summer, and fall. So that's all I have to say. And thank you so much, Brentwood Police Department, and Brentwood City workers. We really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ian Cohen.
All right. Can you hear me, guys? All right, good. All right, good evening, Council. So exciting to be in here. I know I missed the first meeting, but tonight I'm speaking for the behalf of Karina Chen, the president of the Chinese Culture Club. This is her message. Good evening. We wanted to let you know that there is a Lunar New Year festival going on in downtown Brentwood on Saturday, February 4th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. right here on Oak Street, right in front of City Hall, in celebration of one of the largest holidays in East Asian culture. The Chinese Culture Club from Heritage is hosting it in hopes to support the small businesses around our area during these slow and cold seasons, as well as to bring attention to some of our Chinese and East Asian community in Brentwood and recognizing it. We will be having a dragon dance, a decorated street, vendors and fun games and activities for our community, bringing much festivity and warmth during this cold season. We hope to have the city's support for this festival as we hope this becomes an annual event. And that's all for them. And I just want to say on my behalf, thank you to our Parks and Rec Department for helping them a lot to put this together. And I'm going to switch over to Youth Commission. So the Youth Commission during 2022 wants to thank you guys, the council, for all of your support. We really appreciate it. And also, again, congrats to Councilperson Pearson and Tony and Ormans for both being out here today. Congrats on your wins. And also, we want to remind the public that tomorrow at 7 p.m. right here is going to be our first in-person meeting in a few years, as you guys have had your second tonight. And that's all I wanted to say. Have a great night, guys.
Thank you. I have no further speaker cards. I do have speakers with their hands raised in Zoom. First speaker is Cynthiana Todor. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening again. I hope everyone can hear me. I would like to congratulate the newly appointed planning commissioners. They did an outstanding job, and I'm so proud of them for representing our city and residents' best interest on the planning commission for the next 2 years. Another item that I want to bring up, it doesn't bring me any pleasure, and I want to start by saying that and setting the stage that way. I've been very disappointed lately by the performance of our city manager. It started when he proposed and actually lied on the item presented on the agenda for this, I think was December 13th, when he proposed out of his own initiative without council asking for it, some sort of training that will be financed from our tax money. Nobody asked for it, even though he framed it that way with a lie. We have another incident that we noticed on the agenda today, where he knows very well that's not, even though it's mentioned in our municipal code, is not standard procedure for that the residents are used to from an open, very transparent, and resident-driven council to accept a written request for an agenda item from the newest council members who have no idea what's going on because they've never attended a council meeting, they never spoke, they're out of touch, They proved it over and over again, even during election season, that they have no idea what Brentwood residents want. And even in that, with that, our city manager elected to hide that item on today's agenda. This is insubordination and not collaborating with his supervisor, which is the whole city council, in approving and putting this item on the agenda. Is just, it's a repeat offense, and he needs to get the consequence.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, I was just going to jump on to say that we had some great interviews. I was very happy to be able to listen in on the interviews because the questions that were asked were solid questions where you would not get the answers from looking at their applications. So I think that's why it's really important. Also, Happy New Year. And I'm glad to be back on and looking forward to helping promote more things in Brentwood. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Maribel Mendoza Matthew. Maribel, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Happy 2023. It's Maribel Mendoza, and I am coming today as Executive Director of Hijas del Campo to really give a huge shout out to Andrea of the Brentwood Library. We, as you all know, we work with the farm working community and the campesinos out there. And one of our biggest programs is getting food on their tables. And my team, what we do is we go out and we bag all of the food. And we do that with the partnership of DeLuna Ranch. Unfortunately, with the rain, they are experiencing some flooding there at the ranch. And so Andrea last minute opened up the doors of the community room there right next to Wana Waffle to let my team go in and pack the bags of food for our community. So huge props to her, huge props to the Brentwood Lions for coming out and always helping us volunteer by packing the bags, picking up the food for us. We feed a lot of people on a weekly basis, and they are there, no questions asked, you know, always just helping us make sure that the people who pick our food are the ones that are also getting the food on their table. So just really want to give a huge thank you because Far East Contra Costa has a really strong community, and Brentwood always opening up their doors for the agriculture workers here. So thanks, and that's all. Have a good day.
Thank you. The next speaker is Robert Lauer. Robert, go ahead. Mr. Lauer?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yes, this is Robert Luer. I wanted to speak about the LLAD project in the Deer Ridge community. First, I want to thank the city for putting that together in the first place. That was a very complex project with land transfers and engineering, and it took a lot of effort to make that happen. So I wanted to give thanks to you guys for making that happen. As you know, the LLAD project started, construction began, the crews are here, they went about their duties, and now the construction crews are gone, and what they didn't complete was the entryway portion of the project. That was the most important aspect of the LLAD for the residents here, to get the fountains working and the landscape refurbished and get our community looking better over here. But unfortunately, what I'm asking for is communication from the city. we don't know where we stand with regards to getting the fountains refurbished and the landscaping done. The last communication that we've had was from Karen Rary, and basically she said that at this point, the project is stopped. They're going to approve what work's been done, and the remainder of the project, namely the fountains and the landscaping, are going back to the city council. So that has us residents quite concerned because, again, the project that you promoted to us and you propose is what we agreed to and agreed to be taxed on in perpetuity. And we don't think it should be going back to the council for changes. It should be completed as proposed. So what I'm hoping somebody can do is get some communication back out to residents of where we stand and what's going to happen and what the timelines are. So basically our minds aren't running wild on what's going on and there's not going to be a bait and switch or whatever the case may be. So hoping the city can, via social media or whatever the case may be, to communicate to the residents what the status is on the entryway of the Deer Ridge community per the LLAD. And that's what I need to discuss. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Concerned Citizen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go
Hello.
ahead.
Sorry about that. This is Danny Dorman, and I do apologize. Concerned Citizen was the Saturday Concord event that I participated in with talking about our good friend Sino. But that's not why I called now. Want to congratulate the folks that are on the Planning Commission, wishing the best of luck. I'm going to miss Rod on my side of the microphone, but I know he'll make up for it on now his side of the microphone. I wanted to dovetail in to what Cynthiana said about our city manager. The last meeting, I walked in, I happened to be walking in with Tim, and I asked him, I said, dude, you seem like a nice guy. I'm trying to understand you. I'm trying to understand why you do the things you do. And I'm still trying to understand, you know, all the stuff that I've harped on in the past, some of the stuff that Cynthiana brought up, and just looking at the agenda, you know, particular item that, yes, I'll call back and talk about. But the one thing I honestly don't know is what are, not necessarily what are the city manager's responsibilities, but what are the performance drivers? And is he meeting said performance drivers? I mean, it could very well be that his only performance driver is to do everything for the developer. And if that's the case, then cool. I don't even know why we would be calling in and complaining if that was his performance. We don't know. Maybe a future agenda item is to let us know what the expectations are, so that way he could be judged by said expectations. When his contract comes up this year, that'll be behind closed doors. We won't know what's discussed. But we would like to know, and if it's just me and Cynthiana, but we'd like to know, well, what is it that drives this man? And what is it that you, as the council, are going to do to take reins of what it is that is your job, taking care of the city? The city manager, we did not elect. The city manager has way too much power, and the council really needs to rein him in. Thank you very much. Stay out of the rain.
We have no further speakers on Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comment.
I'm sorry, could we ask the city manager to give an overview of the Deer Ridge situation, please?
That was next on my
Okay, good. We're on the
Yes.
same mindset here.
If we could get some response from staff on where we are regarding that. That'd be great.
Certainly, yes. I've asked Bruce Mulder, our Director of Parks and Recreation, to provide a brief update on that.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Yes, we have had some questions, so I do have an update on the Deer Ridge landscaping. So the Deer Ridge landscaping project was actually coming to council and is planning to come to council here on January 24th at our next meeting. All of the areas have been completed except for the Deer Ridge frontage area that was mentioned earlier. This area needed to be removed from the current contract due to delays with the transfer of land of the golf course entities. That transfer is now complete. In addition, there was unanticipated costs and scheduling for PG&E for the power for the fountain, and that is still being worked out. Once the notice of completion is done on January 24th, then a separate project will come back to the city council for the entryway, including the fountain and the landscaping areas. So it is the plan to still bring that back as was presented to the residents. So this project is anticipated to come back to the council in late February or early March with an estimated completion date of this spring. We know this has been a long time coming for our residents, and we appreciate the patience that they've had with this project, and we do look forward to completing the entryway this spring.
Can I ask one question? Which is everyone's question. So the fountain is part of the project, and you're bringing back the fountain?
That is what will be coming back to council, but it is anticipated that the fountain is still in the project that we bring back, yes.
So are you bringing it back because it costs more money? Or so, because if we've already approved it, why would it come back?
The rest of the project needed to be completed within a time frame for the contract, and it took too long with the land transfer to be able to get that part done. And also we had complications with the PG&E to hook up the power. So there was a delay in the entry area. So we had to pull that from the rest of the landscape project and remove it from that contract. So we'll be coming back with a notice of completion for the rest of the landscaping, and then we'll be coming back with the entry area so we can complete that with the balance of funds that we have left over from the contract.
So just to confirm, this is an administrative approval, basically. It's not an additional fiscal change, anything else, just, I realize it's not on the agenda yet. It's just that I feel like there's still some confusion about why it has to come back when it's already been approved. And I get
that is the point, is it's not on the agenda. Council can ask sort of for the brief update, which the Parks and Rec Director has provided. The more questions that are going to him, the more this starts to become a council discussion and moves away from what's permitted under the Brown Act. It sounds like you will be having an item coming on the 24th regarding this. There'll be an opportunity to talk about at least whatever's on the agenda for that. And then it sounds like another item will be coming in the future after that. But again, the continued questions on this matter, again, he can give a brief response, but the more we start having these questions, the more we start moving away from, or moving towards an item that's not on the agenda.
Okay. I'd just like to recommend that residents who have questions should come back to the next meeting then. Thank you.
And I think this is going to go to our item at the end anyway, the outstanding projects, because I think there's a lot of items like this that we approve or they happen and then they go into an abyss and we don't hear about it and residents don't hear about it. So I think we can add it to our last item as part of that discussion.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will move into informational reports from council members, committees, liaisons, and staff. And why don't we start to my left this time? Councilman Orlemans.
Thank you. Since our last meeting, which for me was very short, I had attended, and I'm going to apologize up front, I'm probably going to mispronounce this, La Posada Navidina. It was a Hispanic festival over at Village Drive. It was amazing. We got the opportunity, me and two of the other council members that were there got the opportunity to watch the kids play. They got to sit on Santa's lap. Each of them got a gift. And the best part was them fighting with the piñatas. It was amazing. We also attended the lighting of the menorah here in City Hall. It was a great event. It was much larger than I had anticipated it was going to be, and I'm really glad I went. I learned a lot about the culture. It was very educational as well as entertaining. And I also attended the final signing off for Captain Silva from our police department. It was amazing watching somebody after 30 years of law enforcement go through an official signing off and listening to the well wishes of his coworkers, wishing him great retirement and moving on. He served a lot of time here in the city of Brentwood and spent a lot of time making it safe for us. So it was a great event. Along with those events, I have been trying to make as many meetings with the management here at the city and try and figure out exactly what's going on and how the city runs and how all of that is operated on. So, thank you.
Thank you. Since we last met, I attended the Downtown Brentwood Coalition Mixer. I also attended the traditional Posada celebration at Azucar on Brentwood Boulevard, which was, I agree, just wonderful, very heartwarming to see all the kids and their gifts, and the piñata was great. They held it way up high. The menorah lighting was very special. I wish I knew the name of that teacher. There was an elementary school teacher. He teaches music in 3 different schools in Brentwood, and he created a wrap around Hanukkah that was, I think, better than Adam Sandler. Thank you. It's really good. He needs to release it. It's fantastic. I was a guest presenter at the Opportunity Junction CNA graduation ceremony at El Campanile Theater in Antioch to recognize graduates of the Certified Nursing Program. Also attended the farewell ceremony for Captain Doug Silva. It was really fantastic to see his family there and everyone who was supporting him over the years. Attended the Contra Costa Mayors Conference. It was interesting because all of the mayors were giving updates, and the Hercules gave their update about what they're calling the hub. And this is a sustainable housing and transportation community. And there was enough similarities between this and PA1, our innovation center, that I grabbed this and brought it home and thought it might be interesting to share with staff. So I will pass that along. They're calling it where homes and transportation meet. I think ours is going to be better, might be a little biased. Also attended the virtual City of Concord. I attended virtually, it was in person. City of Concord special meeting to review the term sheet for the Naval Weapons Station Development Agreement with Concord First Partners. Very, very interesting meeting. A lot of the questions from some of the council were around ADUs and whether they qualified for affordable housing. So that was an interesting discussion to hear. Also had a preparation meeting with League staff, Cal Cities staff, to talk about some talking points for my presentation at next week's conference in Sacramento. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Mendoza.
Thank you. Since the last time we met, attended the Downtown Brentwood Coalition Holiday Mixer, the Posada at Azucar, which was a lot of fun, the menorah lighting, which was great. I also attended the Hijas del Campo coat drive at GNS Farms. They gave out 552 coats and toys to field workers and their families, so that was great. So thank you, Jessica Stonebarger, she goes above and beyond for the field workers, so thank you to her. The farewell sign-off ceremony for Captain Silva, which still makes me sad. I attended our Neighborhood Voices leadership meetings. I do that a couple of times a week. I attended the Concord Naval Weapons Station term sheet review. I did speak on behalf of the Our Neighborhood Voices, Damien, not as a council person. And there was some information they were providing on ADUs and affordable housing that was incorrect. They were citing SB 9, so I had to get on and correct the developer because they were wrong. Attended the Downtown Brentwood Coalition interview with Main Street America, so they're hoping to get that certification. It went really well. And I was offered by the president of Cal Cities, so presidential appointment to the Cal Cities Housing Committee. So if you know me, you know I'm passionate about housing law, so we're hoping that we can push through an initiative, if not from our Neighborhood Voices, from Cal Cities, to get control back from Sacramento on zoning and land use decisions. Thank you.
Councilperson Pearson.
Hello, everyone. Since my first meeting. I attended the holiday parade, which was amazing to be in the parade. I felt like a Disney princess. And the tree lighting with our mayor and other council members. Attended the orientation for council with Council Member Orlemans, and had the distinct pleasure of meeting with several of our department heads. I do have to tell everyone that right now the chief has the funnest orientation for us to come visit and meet because he has the Milo, which you can actually do some interactive things. So I had a great time meeting with him today, actually. Attended the signing off of Captain Silva, which was a great experience to see him with his family and to see all the great and wonderful things that the members of his community had to say about him. And I think that is about it. Thank you.
Since the last time we met, I attended the holiday parade and tree lighting as well. I also attended the Downtown Business Association Main Street America meeting in an effort to get that certification. And that's a really big deal. If you have questions, please contact the Downtown Business Coalition. Ask them about it. It's really, with that certification, it opens Brentwood up to be much more advertising around the state and some other things that I'm going to let them talk about at some point. Also, I attended the Tri-Delta Transit meeting. I attended the menorah lighting celebration of Hanukkah with Rabbi Goldschmidt here in the city park. I also attended the community chest food and toy giveaway. And I know a guy way up north that has some reindeer, and he let me borrow his costume, and I got to. It is absolutely amazing how happy parents get when they see Santa Claus handing their kids candy canes. A lot of fun. And I do want to thank our community chest and everyone involved in that. That is one of the great reasons why Brentwood is the awesome place to live that we have. They absolutely love our families and community. Also, I attended the Tri-Delta Transit holiday event as well as meetings, and I have nothing to report at this time. I do want to say thank you to Captain Silva. I had to be gone that day out of the area, but he has represented our police department and our families very, very, very well, and he will be greatly missed. With that, we're going to enter into proclamations, and beginning if
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
The proclamations are currently on the consent calendar. It would be appropriate for the council members to
I see.
Vote on the consent calendar absent those items that you would like to talk about specifically.
Thank you. I see how it's done now. All these changes, I better get up to. Okay.
I'll make a motion to.
I'm sorry, I'd like to pull.
Oh, or you want to pull one? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I'd like to pull item B6, the consideration of the proclamation calendar, because I'd like to add World Autism Day on April 2nd.
Okay. I would like to pull items B2, B3, and B4, and B5.
It's been pulled, but I would like to also pull item B6. I have several additions to the list and have prepared a updated organizational chart with all the items I'd like to add as well.
Anything, Tony? No. Okay, so I will a motion to adopt the consent calendar, except for items B2, B3, B4, B5, and B6, which were pulled.
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It is unanimous. Okay. We will move to item B2. And I'll come around front for this. Item B2 is a proclamation proclaiming January 16th, 2023 as National Religious Freedom Day. And this evening, we have to receive this presentation, former Mayor and local Minister Brian Swisher. Also, if you would like to say a few words on behalf.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. My name is Brian Swisher, as stated. I'm currently Bishop of the Marsh Creek Ward of the Antioch Stake of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It is a privilege to be here to accept this proclamation recognized as Religious Freedom Day on January 16th. Freedom from religious persecution is vital and important subject to our country today. Quoting President Biden, Religious Freedom Day proclamation from 2022. Everyone should feel safe when attending a religious service, school, community event, or while walking down the street wearing the symbols of their faith. Recognizing this proclamation is a good direction to achieve for this safety. Quoting Dallin H. Oaks, an apostle from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, says religious liberty demands unity among denominations, and he gave 4 suggestions to help make this happen. Recognize that we need to respect each other, and we are subject to the law. Urge religious tolerance. Let the world know of the good that religion does. Unite and find common ground to defend and promote religious liberty. In a world that dwells and sees so much hate, we need to be a beacon of light to the world for tolerance, acceptance, and love. Again, I'm grateful to be here and accept this proclamation from the city of Brentwood and hope for renewed efforts from our citizens in our city to be more tolerant and love each other.
The next proclamation will be received by Victoria R. Adams, the president of the East County branch of the NAACP, and it is a proclamation proclaiming January 16th, 2023 as Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Is she here in person? Is she online?
On Zoom. Victoria. So, Mayor, we reached out to her just yesterday, and as of this afternoon, had not yet heard back. So, not sure if she's in attendance on Zoom or otherwise.
Well, we will make sure that she receives this proclamation, and we will move on to item B4, a proclamation proclaiming January 2023 as Human Trafficking Prevention Month. Katrina Natal, Human Trafficking Task Force Director, and Detectives Jeff Augustino and Dustin Green from Brentwood Police Department. And if you could come and receive this proclamation on behalf of the community. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Here's that microphone or that microphone.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Jeff's going to go ahead, or Detective Augustino is going to start us off.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff, and of course, citizens of Brentwood here in the council member chambers, however, also at home. I'll try to make this as brief as I can. My name is Jeff Augustino. I'm a detective with our police department here. Just coming up shy on 10 years in law enforcement. You can thank your council member Orlemans here for training me. To my left here is Detective Dustin Green, and to his left here is Katrina Natali with the Contra Costa County District Attorney's Office. Her current title is the Task Force Director. And now before I give the microphone to Dustin and Katrina here, who each are going to speak briefly on their involvement in human trafficking, I would be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to Dustin here. About 4 years ago, when we started our stint in investigations, Dustin went off to a 2 or 3 day training in Dublin. Was it Dublin? Human trafficking training. And Dustin came back and he said, "Bud, I got something that we can do. We can make a difference." And I said, "Great. What are we doing?" And Dustin said, "Pimping, pandering, and human trafficking." And I looked at him and I said, what is that? And so started our fight against human trafficking. And I just, again, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about his hard work, because I don't think that our police department nor the task force here at the county would be where it is today if it wasn't for the hard work for people like Dustin. So, Dustin.
Thank you, Jeff, for the kind words. I'm very appreciative to be here tonight. Human trafficking is a huge passion of mine. I'll try to keep it brief, but I really want to bring it back to the victims. That's why we're here. That's why we have this proclamation. Victims of human trafficking have their dignity and their self-worth. It's stripped away by force, fraud, fear, and coercion, and sadly and simply for the momentary pleasure of somebody else. I want to give a few examples of what this kind of looks like. A migrant worker is lured from their city. They're taken to another city where they're assaulted and they're forced into commercial sex. A woman, a victim, is drugged from a vehicle by her exploiter. A child is lured from their home by an exploiter who has access to them through the myriad of apps on their phones. An exploiter who gets a hold of a straight-A student, impregnates them, and uses that child as collateral to continue to make money off of them. These are extreme examples, and they occurred here in the city. Jeff and I investigated all of these cases with the help of the task force. What I want us to recognize, and I think we have over the last 4 years, is that Brentwood is uniquely situated in close proximity to Highway 4, which brings victims to and through our city. And I firmly believe that human trafficking is the greatest human rights cause of our time. I believe that our generation of law enforcement, our society, our city will be judged on how we respond to that, and I can't be more appreciative of our department, city council, our city, our citizens for the support they give us, the task force, our neighboring agencies who we partner with. Without collaboration, human trafficking cannot be won. But we do have that collaboration. I'm so appreciative of all of your support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Detective Green. So I'm just going to very briefly tie things up by focusing a little bit on what the task force does and adding a little bit to both what both Detectives Augustino and Green have said. Human trafficking, all forms, so we're talking about sex trafficking, which people tend to know a lot more about, and labor trafficking are pervasive throughout Contra Costa County. One of the only labor trafficking cases that's been prosecuted in California courts, one of the few, actually came out of this area of the county. So we know it happens. We're getting better. I think we do quite well with identifying and investigating and prosecuting sex trafficking. There's always more that can be done. Labor trafficking is a little bit of a different story, and that's really something that we're working hard to change. It's not only a problem here for us, but across the country. It's been exceedingly difficult to root that out and hold folks accountable and reach victims and survivors. As Dustin mentioned, this is not a victimless crime. What we see with survivors of human trafficking is tremendous trauma, life-altering trauma that reverberates across their family, their communities, and generations. So this has a tremendous impact on the communities where it happens and the people who experience it. The task force is a co-led task force, meaning that it is led by the District Attorney's Office as well as Community Violence Solutions. You may be familiar with them. They provide domestic violence, human trafficking, and sexual assault services across the county. They weren't able to be here tonight, but they would have loved to have been. They've worked very closely with both Detectives Augustino and Green. We also partner and collaborate with over 30 other governmental and non-governmental justice partners at the federal, local, and state levels. So we really are trying to bring all of the resources possible to bear so that it's not on the shoulders of local law enforcement alone to deal with these issues. And then finally, I just want to thank the City of Brentwood on behalf of the task force and its partners for your support for this work through the police department. They have been one of and among the leading participants in the task force, actively engaged. I always know if I call Detectives Augustino or Green that they're going to answer and they're going to be in good spirits, which isn't always easy in this field of work. So thank you to the city. Thank you for recognizing this month as Human Trafficking Prevention Month. I will be forwarding to you tomorrow a list of events that are happening throughout the county, trainings, commemorations, that sort of thing, that you're welcome to join in if you're available. So thank you so much.
Before you leave, I have a quick question. I'd be very interested in providing something at some point in the future for our community as far as family training, parents training, make them aware of the tools that are being used to victimize the kids and to make them susceptible. Would you be the contact person for that? Great, thank you so much. And the next proclamation is to Mr. Deepak Kumar. The proclamation proclaiming January 14th to January 29th, 2023 as the 16th Annual National Campaign Health for Humanity Yogathon, also known as Surya Namaskar Yajna. I probably butchered that effectively, but I'm sure that you will be able to take care of that. Thank you so much for everything that you do.
Thank you, City, for giving us this opportunity, and thank you for the proclamation. We are committed to bring in health in the city of Brentwood through the practice of yoga and through the practice of the values that are taught by the Hindu religion and the Hindu culture. This is our attempt to kickstart the new year with a practice called as Surya Namaskar, which are 13 poses of yoga, which people can practice at least once in a day and get the full body health. So what we are doing here is we are asking people across all throughout the community to come and join hands and understand the basic principle of how human body works and perform the Surya Namaskar in the month of January for a few days with us. We will be going to schools, teaching the PE teachers and the students if they are interested, and we'll be spreading the word there. So hopefully this will vitalize the community at the beginning of the year to take care of themselves and start taking care of the health of the city as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, before the council moves on to consent calendar item B6, if a member could make a motion to approve items B2 through B5, just to make sure those proclamations are official, it'd be appreciated.
Yes. Do I have a motion for items B2 through B5?
So motion for the approval of items B2 through B5.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous.
Through the mayor, if I may, we do have a speaker for proclamation, or I'm sorry, for item B6. Maybe I'm out of turn here. I apologize. Speaking in advance, when you come to item B6, we have a speaker.
Thank you.
And if I may clarify, just for future reference, for consent calendar items, public comment occurs during the general public comment portion. So it's up to the council to determine whether or not, if they want to hear public comment on a specific item that's been pulled after the general public comment portion. Councils have varied on that decision, but just it's not required to take public comment at this time, as that public comment period was earlier in the meeting, but it's certainly within the council's purview to allow the public comment.
Yeah,
Leave it to- Okay, we'll take public comment on item B6.
I believe it's the item you'll be discussing for the proclamation list.
So should I discuss it first?
It's your direction if you'd like it first.
Let's take the public comment first, if we could, and then we'll move forward with the.
Sure. Ian Cohen, please.
All right, that's my bad for not reading the agenda that deeply ahead of time. Sometimes to just control F and skip to the interesting stuff. I know it's buried in the weeds. So my bad, I'm glad it was picked. I just want to request that Earth Day to be added back. I know we have Arbor Day, but last year I was the recipient and the applicant of the Earth Day, and I think Earth Day is equally as important to Arbor Day. That's gonna be April 22nd, 2023. And on August 12th, 2023, here's a new one, National Youth Day. It's actually International Youth Day. This is meant to recognize the youth issues in the city. I'm not speaking for the Youth Commission here, I'm speaking as a resident and as a youth. But I think that'll be a cool date for maybe Parks and Rec to plan something for National Youth. I'll be willing to work with them on that. But I just wanted to throw that out to you guys real quick. That's all I wanted to. I'm so sorry that I did not read this agenda in advance. I know it's buried in the weeds.
Thank you very much.
Ian, what was the date on the International Youth Day? Sorry.
It's gonna be August 12th, 2023.
Okay, at this time, I will ask Vice Mayor Meyer to comment on item B6.
Thank you. I would like to, like I said, add World Autism Awareness Day on April 2nd, and I would like to recommend recipients Working Wonders, a Brentwood-based nonprofit serving 90% clients with autism. And the other 10%, I believe, are Down syndrome. But I think their executive director, Matt Schwab, and also his wife, Christine Schwab, would like to be able to invite them to come and receive this proclamation.
Thank you. And Councilperson Pearson?
Thank you. I would like to add to this list several items. One of them being All Abilities Month in October, Native American Heritage Month in November, a federal recognized holiday of Juneteenth on June 19th of each year, October 10th as Indigenous Peoples Day, August as Diversity Awareness Month, October Filipino American and Polish American Heritage Month, May as Jewish American Heritage Month, and April as the National Arab American Heritage Month.
Thank you. And with that, do I have a motion?
I feel like if we're gonna do that, I mean, I've been wanting to add Lunar New Year, but we should add Lunar New Year if we're gonna do that too, because I feel like we're missing out on a section.
I agree. Okay. Thank you.
And through the mayor, one more time prior to a motion, we do have a speaker on Zoom who's now raised their hand as well.
Okay, we'll take the public comment before the motion.
Carolina Bieliseco, go ahead.
Hi, I wanted to add one more proclamation. It can be done whenever you'd like. Our Congressman, Jerry McNerney, served for 16 years in Congress and brought a tremendous amount of funding to farms and to the Delta and to our area. Unfortunately, due to redistricting, he retired because he was redistricted out of our area into a new area where he felt that he would not be able to educate his new constituents in time to win his reelection. We're going to miss him terribly, and I would like to add a proclamation for Congressman Jerry McNerney to the list. Anytime you'd like to do that, the date doesn't matter.
Thank you. I will say that we did present him personally with a proclamation, but we're happy to show appreciation to the work that he has done. We can reach out to him. I think I still have his personal contact information and see if he would be willing to come back into the area and receive another thank you from the city of Brentwood and the community. Or on Zoom. That even Zoom would be even easier. He and his wonderful wife are probably out jet setting at this very moment. But yes, we can put that on the list. Do I have a motion for item B6?
I'd like to make a motion to approve item B6, the consideration of proclamation calendar, including all of the additional dates from Councilmember Pearson, from Councilmember Mendoza, from Ian Cohen, from Carolina Villaseca, and from myself. Hopefully someone took a note on all of those. Thank you.
Okay, we have a first. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? It's unanimous. Okay. Do I have a motion, or do we have any further pulled items? We do have a motion on the rest. That's it? Okay. All right. Moving into public hearings. Moving item C1, an ordinance approving a zoning text amendment RZ22-001, which would repeal and replace section 17.100.005 of the Brentwood Municipal Code with a new section, 17.100.005, governing accessory dwelling units, known as ADUs, and junior accessory dwelling units, known as JADUs. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mayor. So the ordinance before you tonight is to be updated consistent with new state laws, and we will have Alexis Morris, our Director of Community Development, participate in that presentation. We also have Annie Branham from Best and Krieger online to assist with that presentation. So Alexis.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. There have been recent changes in state law relative to regulating accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units that precipitate some change in necessity to change our ordinance to be compliant and consistent with state law. We prepared this staff report and proposed ordinance in partnership with outside counsel, and that is Anne Branham from Best and Krieger, and she is here on Zoom to make the full presentation for you tonight. And Anne and I and Katie are available to answer any questions you have after that. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. This is Annie Branham. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So I'll start with the why we're here. So as Alexis mentioned, there have been some updates in the state law that just took effect as of January 1. And so the reason we are here tonight is to consider some minor amendments to your current ADU ordinance. So it's not an overhaul and it's not a brand new ordinance. It's just some strike out, replace language in your existing ordinance in order to come into compliance with state law. And the reason it's critical to do this, if you'd like to retain the minimal amount of local control that you do have over ADUs and JADUs, is that the state has said if you don't come into compliance with the new requirements by amending your ordinance, your whole ordinance will become null and void and you will revert to applying only the state law. So the state law sets out a comprehensive framework, and then it says localities who adopt an ordinance can regulate locally in some minimal areas. And so it's those areas of local control that we are looking to protect here. And then I will summarize for you what the changes in the state law are that we're also asking you to take a look at with this ordinance. The main one is going to be height limitations. The state legislature has determined that if an ADU is within a half mile of a major transit stop, which is defined in the state law, then ADUs within that half mile can be up to 18 feet. It used to be 16 feet. And then, in fact, it can go up to 20 feet if necessary to match the roof pitch of the ADU too. the primary dwelling. So there's a change in height, as well attached ADUs. So ones that are sort of part and parcel with the main residence can be up to 25 feet or whatever is allowed under the underlying zoning, whichever is greater. I'm sorry, whichever is lower of those two. So we've got some height differences. There's another change in terms of front setbacks. Front setbacks used to be an area where the city could apply its own underlying zoning front setback standard. However, that now has to give if it would preclude an applicant from constructing an 800-foot or smaller, 800-foot square foot or smaller ADU. So if an applicant comes in looking to construct an ADU that is that size or smaller, and front setbacks would normally preclude them from doing that, the front setbacks must give to the extent that it would allow that ADU to be built. There are a couple other minor, more administrative changes, such as the timeline and process for giving back comments to applicants and how in-depth those comments must go on any deficiencies in the application. And then there is a minor change in what constitutes an objective standard under the law. And so we have reflected that by removing reference to the State Department of the Interior historic building standards. That was challenged in a couple of other local ordinances, and HCD is of the opinion that they're not sufficiently objective to apply to ADUs. And so what that means is those particular set of building standards will no longer be codified in your ordinance as something that can guide staff in approving or disapproving an ADU or JADU, but you retain your otherwise full tool set of applying local objective standards to approve or disapprove. So that's kind of the brief overview of all we're looking to change here. I will also point out a couple of things, which is there are, as council pointed out before the meeting, a couple of minor areas in the ordinance where there were essentially typos. Transmuting a Word document into the agenda software gave us some error messages. And so those were just cross-references within the ordinance to other ordinance sections. And so we can clarify that on the back end, get it cleaned up before it's posted, but nothing substantive there. And then the only other thing I wanted to touch on is procedure-wise, before it came to you, it went to the Planning Commission. And the Planning Commission heard and had a public hearing on their recommendation as to this ordinance. They ended up voting 2-2, which effectively resulted in failing to make a recommendation on the ordinance. And my understanding from the record is that they want it to be clear that they don't necessarily believe that this ordinance won't accomplish what it needs to accomplish under state law. It was more just to register displeasure with the fact that the city is asked to adopt this ordinance in the first place under the state law. So we have done what we can to allow you to retain the small amount of local control that you have under state ADU law, but that is the effect of this ordinance, and that's what we have brought before you tonight. So I am available if you have any questions. And thanks again to the team for all their help on this. It was a joint effort, and I hope that the ordinance fulfills all your needs.
Thank you, Annie. Are there any clarifying questions?
I do have one question. Do we have a major transit stop in Brentwood right now that qualifies under the law?
Not currently, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Can you please clarify the efficiency kitchen? I know there were some changes in that area.
Yes, so let me pull up that language here. My recollection is it was just a change in the definition. The state law definition changed. Yes, so we're looking at on page 132 of the packet, item C6. So we have added this definition because the state law added this definition, which did not previously exist as you adopted your original ordinance. So efficiency kitchens come into play when we're talking about junior ADUs, which are contained entirely within the walls of an existing primary dwelling. And so it's just basically, if you look at where efficiency kitchen is defined and then how it fits into the ordinance, it's just saying a JADU is required to have an efficiency kitchen to qualify for approval as a JADU.
Thank you. And I believe no changes to the parking permitted?
Yes,
The
that's
space?
correct. No change to
Okay.
parking at this time.
Okay. And then the last one is the plans for community enrichment to provide oversight that these would be residential rather than commercial. And I'm curious how we as a city would be able to monitor that to any degree.
I can
Which I
address
guess is
that.
staff. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So oversight and monitor probably aren't the right terminology. So we primarily work on a complaint basis in community enrichment. So for any land use issue, or particularly if someone were using an ADU in an inappropriate manner, or a manner that's inconsistent with our zoning and municipal code, if that came to community enrichment's attention, they would certainly follow up on that. We are not monitoring all the ADUs in the city of Brentwood and folks' compliance with the zoning ordinance per se.
To be clear, though, when we issue a permit for an ADU, we are very clear about that.
Yes, so there's many thresholds and standards you have to comply with. There are affidavits that owners are, and deeds, not deed restrictions anymore, things recorded against the property to notify that there's an approved accessory dwelling unit on that lot. So there's a lot of information that's shared with applicants who go forward with the ADU process.
Okay. And then I understand the law was effective as of the 1st. Our ordinance is not in effect right now, or it is until, I mean, the timeline here is what I'm looking for.
Correct. So the state law became effective January 1st. Because of how the state has adopted the new law and the time it takes to get to Planning Commission and Council, we were not able to accomplish the first and second reading by January 1st. So technically, the state law is in effect, but Annie, if you want to touch on this in more detail, we are moving forward, and it's unlikely that HCD is going to enforce current state law in the 6 weeks that we have essentially to get this ordinance through the process.
Okay.
Yes, no danger of any, finding a violation by the city. All that really happens here is we have, in essence, reverted back to applying the state framework for any applications that come in prior to final reading and adoption of this ordinance. And so, as Alexa said, there's basically going to be a 6-week window where the only standards that will be applicable to any applications are those that are specifically set forth in the state law. Once this ordinance is adopted, you'll be back in the realm of applying your local controls as well as the state regulations.
Okay, thank you.
I have quite a few questions. One of them being in section 3B, which is on page 137 of the agenda packet. The process portion had been deleted and recreated in section 3P for process and timing. However, my question is, what happens when there is when the city gives out their comments and during the 60-day time period, what happens for the applicant when they are curing? What's the timeline? Is it reset? Is there a new timeline? Are they still permitted to complete their application within the 60-day time period? Or what happens after that? Because it's not as clear in this exhibit.
Yes, so once they resubmit with the items that the city has requested to cure, then it re-triggers the 60-day window for the city's review of those items.
Okay. The other question that I have, in the agenda packet, it stated that, thank you for that as well. It stated that, and if I'm stated the new height requirement is 18 to 25 feet, absent, and possibly there being a denial. If there are nearby conditions, can you describe what nearby conditions are?
Yes, so what that's referring to is that certain conditions have to be met to go up to the 18 or 20 or 25 feet, which is, as I mentioned at the outset, that it's within a certain distance from a major transit stop or high quality transit corridor. And so it sounds like that's not an issue here. I think it's still a good idea to put it, in the ordinance just in case something comes into town later. But when it's talking about conditions, it's just saying in order to qualify for these additional height, think of them as, waivers or concessions to get a higher ADU than you otherwise would be able to, you've got to meet the conditions of being within the distance from the transit stop.
Thank you. I think that's all my questions.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, at this time I will open the public hearing, and our Assistant City Clerk will open public comments.
We will take public comments in the council chamber, followed by Zoom public comments. If you're in person, please fill out a speaker's card with the city clerk on the form provided in the back of the council chamber. If you're participating via Zoom, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom during this time to speak under public comments. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I don't have any speaker cards in the council chamber. I do have two speakers with their hands raised in Zoom. First speaker is concerned citizen. I believe it's Danny Dorman. Just a moment.
Yes, it is. And I apologize. I'm on the same Zoom, so I can't change the title. Yeah, as I'm sitting here listening, I think about the question that was asked about basically it's a variant of SB 9. And I'm thinking about a death by 1,000 cuts. Ever since we had this albatross around our neck, we keep, and I mean we, the city, keep coming back with or else. And we are now at an or else where, if I recall correctly, what little power we do have. And I'm sitting here thinking, forget a death by 1,000 cuts. Let's just go ahead, put our neck in the guillotine and see what happens, because we're going to get to a point where we're not going to have the control. And so the ADU thing, I mean, to me, this is just a step towards ultimately we just lose control anyway. So, what's going to be next that is going to be tied to SB 9? I still think what we ought to do, and I brought this up in my quote unquote interview, is look into SBs and ABs that are in conflict with SB 9. And then let the law decide, let the judicial process decide, not the attorneys here, not the city council, not planning. If there are two conflicting laws, let the judicial system determine which one is right. And I'm not a lawyer. There's at least one lawyer that is here. We have lawyers that just spoke, and it seems like they're speaking as, we have no choice. And the thing is, if we had no choice, and I guess that's a variant to the answer, I mean, the question I was asked is, well, if we had no choice, why would it even come to you if we have no choice? So either continue to get death by 1,000 cuts, or let's stick our head in the guillotine. Let's have our legal team look to see, because we're a litigious state, there are laws out there. There are SBs out there. I mean, I brought up the drought one, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but there are out there. Why don't we have staff look to see what's in our benefit, not worry about what other cities are doing and failing and blah, 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 blah. We're Brentwood. We're better than this. Thank you.
The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca.
Hi. I have a suggestion. A lot of us are not lawyers, and the housing elements conversations require a deep dive that most residents in Brentwood just have not done and are probably not going to do. What I'm hoping is once we have the package or packages done, that there will be a simple layman's speak summary that can be posted on the website and made available to residents so that we can understand what this means in terms of our properties in Brentwood. That's my suggestion, only because I've sat through so many meetings, and some of the meetings I ended up with a headache. One of my weaknesses is I cannot do mental math. So you can imagine when the numbers are flying back and forth, I was trying to keep up, I failed miserably. So that's my suggestion. If we could have a simple layman speak summary, no legalese, just bullet points, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John and Linda. Go ahead.
Hi, this is John. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
John, that's Dawn.
This question came up in talking about the discussion with ADU and the parking. ordinance. In relation to that, and possibly more so in relation to rental properties, rental homes in Brentwood, is there an ordinance as far as how many vehicles can be parked in the driveway or in front of the house, or for that matter, in the streets, surrounding the streets? And we're aware of at least one rental property that has like 8 cars parked around in a cul-de-sac and makes it difficult. We don't know if there's any restrictions in that regard at all. We were more curious about that. I guess rental properties and private homes, owners owned homes as well. Is there something along those lines? That's the question, Ken, if that makes sense.
To the caller, we're unable to have a conversation on something not agendized, but we can have staff get with you regarding this offline.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, if there are no further public comments at this time or speakers, I need a motion to close the public hearing.
Make a motion to close public comment.
I second that.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous. Okay, council discussion.
I feel like Dave Sparling. I think everyone knows how I feel about our laws that we have to do, and there's no way around them. We hate this, and there's only one way to fix it, which is the constitutional amendment. So until people get serious about that, we're going to have to say yes to Sacramento, as much as we don't want to. This bites, but there's nothing we can do about it. And now they can go higher, so that sucks too. And now there's no setbacks, so they could be really close to their neighbors. So look at every single backyard, because every single backyard could have an ADU, and there's nothing we can do about it, which will then exacerbate the parking problem. And I've said it before, I grew up on a lot with a split lot with multiple units, and the parking was insane. And we did have firearms pulled out when people got into people's parking spaces. So if Sacramento thinks this is not going to cause an issue, they must have really nice houses and a lot of money so that no one's going to live around them. Councilperson Pearson.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, I'd like to go back and say I'm really happy with the ability to hear the public and listen to public comment, because in my review of the agenda items, the first thing I would like to request is that it would be really helpful for lay people. I am an attorney. Not that I'm giving is legal advice, but even reading as an attorney who's read government code several times, it could be confusing and a little convoluted. So I would ask our staff if there can be hyperlinks added to our agenda items. Specifically in this item, we could have included the government code section 65852.2 because it was referenced several times. But I think just adding the hyperlinks will allow the public to be able to maneuver through, because we were going through, I think, about 3 or 4 different code sections, and it can be confusing. That being said, I know we have to be in compliance with the law set forth. I did have a couple of items that I would like to be on the record that we need to correct on the exhibits. And so if I can have this time in discussion to talk about them, the first one I would like to discuss is that at line number, I have my little notes here. Line 14, number 14 on exhibit number A. Line 2 should strike through accessory dwelling units and spell it out, replace it with ADUs for consistency. This would also be the same situation on page number 141. Item number 16 should be, instead of the spelling out of accessory dwelling units, it'd be put ADUs. On page number 132, number 4, C4, line 5, it should be ADUs. And on the same page at C1, line 6, it should say ADUs. Additionally, I think this was brought up by our presenter, that there is a B4 it refers to, it has an error message, and I think that that is going to be corrected afterwards, but that there is a reference to a subsection with an error line. And I think a lot of the questions that I had regarding the timeline and timeframe for applicants was answered. I am aware that a lot of citizens have an issue and residents have an issue with us making a decision today on this topic. However, I just, looking at this reference and looking at Government Code Section 65852.2, well, our hands are tied. As Councilwoman Mendoza said, at A8B, it literally says when a local agency that has not adopted an ordinance governing accessory dwelling units in accordance with subdivision A receives an application for a permit to create an accessory dwelling unit persistent to this subdivision, the local agency shall approve or disapprove the application ministerially without discretion. So we lose discretion if we don't make a decision today. I just wanted to point that out in our discussions. So yes, there are small, things that we need to change in our grammar and our corrections, but overall, I think this makes us consistent with the state law.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, did you have?
Just that I'm equally as frustrated. I think there's a lot of discussion around ADU and affordable housing that we won't get into today. It's not as much part of this, but it makes me frustrated about ADUs, the parking situation, if we're talking about them becoming an affordable option, how many families of 2 or 4 have only 1 car or no car? So the one parking space really gets to me on a regular basis. So given what Council Members Mendoza and Pearson said, and I completely agree with, may not agree with everything about this ordinance, may wish that we could do it differently in our city based on our own standards, but I also don't want to not pass something and then revert to the state's less rigid standards for what we want to do in our own city. So there you go.
I completely agree with Councilman Mendoza. And one of the speakers, having to try to read these ordinances, having to try to understand them, it'd be great with bullet points or cliff notes. They're very confusing, they're very hard to read, and they're very hard to put together, and difficult to understand. I don't think there's an option to doing this. State law is going to either take effect and we're going to be mandated to follow their rules, or we get to go through the mind-numbing process of doing this so that we don't have to follow their rules. So I think we're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Well, I agree with everything that's been said. I understand the frustration. Like Mr. Dorman said, a death from 1,000 cuts is frustrating. We have seen this, if you've been paying attention, for the last 10 years, from the state at least, when it comes to building codes and removing local control. It seems to be something that they have really focused on. But to go along with the analogy that Mr. Dorman stated, it is very clear we wouldn't have to wonder what would happen. The guillotine would fall instantaneously. We would lose control, what little control that we do have in this discussion, we would lose it if we don't move forward with this. There is no question. I do think, I would appreciate, on behalf of myself and the community, in future, and I know our staff has been doing more and more of this, and I know it takes more and more time, but attaching to some of the things that we're going to be seeing in the future, because it'll be a lot, exactly in layman's terms what the consequences are. We will do this, or this will happen. And as much as I feel held at gunpoint a lot of times from state decisions on behalf of the city, it has been made very clear in all the meetings that I am in on behalf of the city, in many commissions and subcommittees in Sacramento and all over, and a lot of phone calls and Zoom messages, meetings. every city, certainly every city in Contra Costa County, is just as frustrated with the same laws. Every city in the state fighting against the same processes. And there are some cities that the state, because of their publicity of their and the size of them and the statement that is wanting to be made, there have been incidents in the Bay Area that one particular city said, we're going to see what happens. We say no, and the state came in and said, this is what happens. We're going to do what we told you to do, but we're going to do it where we want to do it, and you're going to pay for it. I don't want the city of Brentwood to have to face that consequence any sooner than I fear is inevitable sometime in the next few decades, but I think we need to do everything we can to keep as much local control as possible for as long as possible. So having said that very long, rambling statement, do I have a motion on this item if there's no further conversation?
I motion that council adopt and approve the amended section of, let me go back to it so I say it accurately. And I apologize. (17.100.005) of the Brentwood Municipal Code to be replaced with a new section 17.100.005 governing accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units per the attachment with the amendments that were suggested tonight.
We have a first, we have a second.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, I'll second that.
if I could just ask for a quick clarification. Councilmember Pearson, with the amendments that were suggested tonight, you are speaking to replacing all spelled out instances of the words accessory dwelling unit and junior accessory dwelling unit with ADU and JADU respectively after their first definition, correct? Thank you. And secondarily, correcting the cross-reference on packet page 132 to note that the subsection should read C10. Is that correct?
That would be correct. Thank you.
Thank you. And with your motion, are you also moving to introduce and waive the first reading of this ordinance?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, to the second, do you agree with all of those?
I do.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye? Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. It moves. Item moves. We'll move on to item C2. This is a request for a continuance to January 24th, 2023 of a 2-year time extension for a vesting tentative subdivision map and a design review, as well as a new agreement regarding emergency medical and fire protection services. And staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. I've asked Alexis Morris to give a brief update on why this is being continued, as the full agreement that was required or being planned for was not yet ready. So Alexis will give a brief presentation on that.
Thank you. That's essentially all I was going to say. The Planning Commission considered this item on December 6th with a recommendation to include an agreement related to emergency fire and medical services. Due to the applicant and staff's varying oppositional holiday schedules, we have not been able to finalize that agreement in time to bring it to council tonight. So we're recommending that this be continued to the date of January 24th in order to finalize that agreement for council's consideration. Thank you.
Are there any clarifying questions of staff regarding this item? Seeing none, then at this time, I will open public comments about the extension itself and the continuance of the extension. If you have comments on the extension itself, please save those for the continued meeting. City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk.
We will take public comments in the council chambers, followed by the public comments through Zoom. If you're in person, please file a speaker's card with the Assistant City Clerk on the form provided at the counter in the back of the chamber. If you're participating via Zoom, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom during this time to speak under public comments. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I have no speaker cards in person, and I do not see any hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments. And if there is no further discussion from council, do I have a motion on this item?
As detailed in the staff report, I would like to make a motion to continue the public hearing of this item, C2, to January 24th, 2023.
Okay, we have a first.
Second.
Second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous. Item moves. Into business items, item D1, discussion of possible direction and priority ranking of outstanding city council agenda item requests. Staff report.
Mayor and council, based on the new council, it seemed appropriate to bring before you any outstanding future agenda requests needing additional policy direction to give you an update on their status. Also provide you an opportunity to discuss them. And if you desire to prioritize what you would like to see sooner than later, assuming we have the resources to then accommodate that. And we'd be glad to talk in detail if you have any additional questions about any of those requests that are still being worked on.
Okay, are there any questions of staff regarding this item? Seeing none, we'll open public comments. Amanda?
We will take public comments in the council chambers, followed by Zoom public comments. If you're in person, please file a speaker's card with the Assistant City Clerk on the form provided on the counter in the back of the chamber. If you're participating via Zoom, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom during this time to speak under public comments. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I have no speaker cards in the chamber, and there are no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, at this time, we will close public comments. I'll move into council discussion.
So you just want to know if we want to move up something or what's more important?
Well, it's to give an update to all the council on what we're still working on. And then if you wanted to give any different direction, or if you wanted to prioritize some sooner than later, if it's possible, this would be the time to do that so we're all on the same page going forward.
So some of these are from different departments. What is the workload in which department and which ones are you strained on that you would like to move back? Because I want everything now, right? But it can't happen. So, what do you need more bandwidth for, and you want to push it out a little bit?
The tentative status column in the table reflects staff's estimate at this time of when we think it's reasonable to bring it back to you for additional direction and consideration. So that's our current plan. If the council sees something as a higher priority, we can certainly discuss what that would involve if you'd like us to try to move that up sooner.
When is our grant process? Isn't that coming up in March?
So the goal is to bring this to the Land Use Committee. I shouldn't say goal. We're going to bring this to the Land Use Committee in February for updates to the Economic Development Grant. And then after the Land Use Committee hears and provides recommendations, we'll bring that back to the City Council for approval, which I assume would be in March. And then right after that, we would then notice that funding announcement for probably close in April, and then come back however the Land Use and the City Council decides to do that process.
Okay, that's awesome.
If I could just break in for a moment, if we could get IT, Tim, my computer has shut down and it wasn't working earlier, so.
We could take a 2-minute recess and see if we can work through that.
Yes, if we could take a 2-minute recess, that would be great. We will recess for 2 minutes. Thanks.
That was interesting.
At this time, we will reconvene. Thank you, Tim and IT, for waking the computer back up. Council Member Mendoza still has the floor.
I'm fine with the dates. I know you guys are all super busy. There was just a couple of things that are not on the list, but we still kind of have outstanding, like Sunset Park, the teen events, the youth webpage, the youth park and rec scholarships that we've talked, those things I've been waiting for, and I thought they would be on this list, and they're not. Do you have any updates on those?
And can I add before you answer, because I have a similar list, but I don't know if that needs to be a separate agenda item because they're not agenda or they were not specific agenda requests.
I can give a brief response. Most of those that you mentioned, and I don't remember all of them, we have enough
Well, she
policy.
has some and then I'll have some when you're done.
Okay.
We have enough policy direction to start working on them, and then we'll implement them. These are the list of items that have not come back for sufficient policy direction or budgets, those kinds of things. That's why this list is a little more
I guess
limited.
some of these have been around for like over a year. So what's the best way to get updates? Because I'm feeling like we ask for all these things and then they go into an abyss and like, I don't know, are you waiting for us to term out or something? Because it's just, they don't come back.
Well, it's as listed in the staff report. So the first one there is the outdoor dining design guidelines. So
No, well,
when-
those are on there, but like Sunset Park, what's
if I could
going on
just
with the
finish, though.
fencing?
So that one took a year because that was asked for in January of 2022. During the COVID issues, we issued temporary outdoor permits, and that's still been effective during the emergency orders that are still in effect. So it didn't seem urgent to work on the permanent guidelines yet with everything else on the workload. So that's an example one. The sports complex, you said?
No, the Sunset Park, remember the fencing? We had all these conversations about fencing. What happened to that?
So that was a strategic plan initiative that got some direction from the Parks and Recreation direction, and maybe Bruce can elaborate further on the Sunset Park fencing issue.
So the Sunset Park fencing, I think what you're referring to is the opening of the gates.
Yeah.
So that went back to the Park and Rec Commission, and they made a recommendation that at that time that we look at it further and not open the gates at that time. So that's where that's at. And we have not, that hasn't come back to council at this point.
Okay. If there's just a way we could be, like, I don't know if you have project management software. Like, I'm used to being able to go into project management software and there's a project that was asked and we could see the status. Like, I don't know if you keep all of our requests in something like that, but I mean, I almost want to just bring a whiteboard and keep a list here, and every time I come into chamber, I'll have a whiteboard behind me, but it's just, I mean, I feel like there should be a more efficient way to do it.
Yeah, so I don't know, Bruce, if the strategic plan website that we have reflects that one, because that was a prior council strategic plan initiative. I don't remember now if that's on that list or not. The Monday.com, do you recall?
I'd have to look to see if it's on there.
So there may be a way we're tracking it and
Okay.
displaying it publicly.
That would be
I
awesome.
can share that link again.
Okay. And then, one I forgot was the Adaptive and Inclusive Recreation Assessment Report. I think that was funded. Did that ever come back to council?
So I believe that was funded, the report was completed, and we took it before the Parks and Recreation Commission. So Bruce can elaborate further.
Yes, that is correct. So the report was completed and it went to the Park and Rec Commission for review and acceptance.
Okay, can you email that report to us, or do you want to present it to us?
We can bring that back. Yes, I was looking at the city attorney
we
to
can
see.
certainly share it with the council. It may be on a website as well. I'm not.
Are we going way off?
Yeah, actually, I'm getting a little bit concerned over the discussion right now because none of these items are on the agenda, and there could be members of the public that have questions, the very questions you're asking, and they don't know that you're going to be asking these questions because it's not on the agenda.
So maybe, can we come back an agenda with, like, can we send you a list of outstanding items and we bring them back to an agenda item? Is that okay?
Send me a list, absolutely.
That might
So
be
I'm
the-
sorry, do we at the end request the agenda item to bring in a list? So that the public can get these updates? Because I've got several myself.
I think if you sent the request to the city manager, I believe that he would get those to the public either at a meeting or posted on the website.
If you'd rather
Without
at the
going
council
through the-
meeting, we can certainly do that. If you want it on a website and we put in a newsletter, we can certainly share those updates however you'd like to see them.
Well, it's just, this is their money, right? This is their tax money. We spend a lot money on these projects, and it'd be nice for them to know what we're spending their money on.
Yeah, no,
And where
we're
we are with them,
Not
yeah.
hiding anything. We'll share any
Yeah.
updates anybody wants, whatever way they want to receive it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Is there any further discussion on this item? Okay, if not, do we have a motion?
So as detailed in the staff report, just continue to manage the projects as listed with the deliverable dates.
Second?
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Item D2, review city council committee assignments for 2023 and make appointments as needed. Staff report.
Mayor and council, this item before you is an annual item to relook at the committee assignments that you have to make sure they still work for you. We also have several vacancies for you to consider appointments to. Also, as noted in the staff report and not hiding, it notes that there was a written request from the two newest council members, Pearson and Orlemans, to consider a new committee to relook at how the interview schedules are done for commissions. So we'll turn some time over to them to explain their request. We also note here in the staff report that there's a new committee that we're requesting as well. This is an assignment from the state with their Green Empowerment Zone that was passed through AB 844, asking for a representative of the city. We note too in the staff report that the EIFD that you made appointments to recently, that was contingent upon partnering with the county, and they have decided not to partner with us on the PA1 EIFD. That's an enhanced infrastructure financing district. So we'll come back to you in a couple months with a detailed staff report on why it probably doesn't make sense to pursue that financing mechanism at this point. We'd be basically sharing our own money with ourselves and not really leveraging it. So it may not make sense going solo without the county participating as well. So those are some quick updates. Let me see if I missed any. Did note that we have two discretionary appointments as well that you don't have to fill, but if you'd like to, you're welcome to. If you don't fill them, then we'll remove them from the list. That's the John Marsh Historic Trust Board and a liaison to the Police Activities League. All the rest are regional bodies or ones that the council has created as standing or ad hoc committees. And wanted to mention one more, and this came up after we published the agenda. If you'll notice on the chart for Tri-Delta Transit Board, that's the last one on the chart, we have two appointments from Brentwood. Mayor Bryant fills one seat, and the former mayor and resident, Barbara Geis, who actually has been on that board for 45 years after helping with the formation of the Tri-Delta Transit, has resigned as of December. So there is a vacancy there. And at some point, we'd probably like to come back and recognize her with an acknowledgement or proclamation for her long tenure on that board. And so that is also a vacancy that you can appoint one of your colleagues to, or if you'd like to direct us to do a recruitment, we can certainly come back with that. And that concludes my report.
Any clarifying questions of staff? Okay, seeing no clarifying questions, at this time we will open public comment.
I'm sorry, before public comment, I think that there was the suggestion by Mr. Ogden that Mr. Orlemans and I, we did have a request for a future agenda item and that we would have the opportunity to explain what our request is prior to public comment, I would think. Is that out
Yes.
of order? Okay. So did you want to start, Council?
Absolutely.
Go for it.
When I brought this forward and I started talking about why I wanted to change the commission, I didn't realize the perception that some people would have about changing a process that has just recently changed 2 years ago. I am by no stretch of the imagination trying to make this a closed session, hidden behind doors interview. I think the interview process that we went through today was amazing. Having the people be able to witness it and participate in it was all exactly what every one of us would like our government to do for us. The only reason I brought this or thought of a reason to bring this before council was everything I've heard tonight and everything I've heard for the past several months watching council meetings is we're falling behind. We didn't have time to do this. Council doesn't have enough meetings in a month to be able to listen to all the different projects that we're supposed to get. And now we're tasked with the entire council sitting, a special meeting being called to conduct interviews when I trust the other council members, 2 of them, does not have to be the mayor, does not have to be the vice mayor, 2 council members that we elect or we decide on to do the interviews in front of the public. Public's more than willing to participate and listen to those interviews. And so are we, but it doesn't have to be a special meeting. And during the special meeting today, we could have been working through other business equally as important as hiring or trying to get a commission put in place. No intent on hiding any information, no intent on being secretive. Just felt that there was a better use or a use of the council's time that could be better spent on projects that 2 of us can't listen to. All of us have to listen to.
And myself, as Councilman Orleman stated, all through my campaign stated about being more efficient and transparent. So in no way, and I don't know what packet some of the commenters were reading, there's nowhere in this agenda packet that suggests that myself or Council Orlemans wanted a closed door session. I would never be in agreement for us to go to that type of application. I think right here on Zoom so that the public can provide their comment and can be a part of the application process to the extent that is available to them in public comment is absolutely something we like to keep there. And to further go on to transparency, if everyone, if in the packet it states to have a written component to this, a written component meaning that this happens so that it is provided in the agenda packet. So it doesn't have to happen right before so that the public can go ahead and make comments based on what happened after the interviews outside of the public comment here, but additional public comments. One of the things that led me to ask for this to go to a 2-person, and my suggestion would actually be, since the recommendation is of the mayor, that the mayor be on this committee, is for, we had at my first hearing, there was a whole question about scheduling. And behind the scenes, there's an issue as to scheduling, getting all 5 council members here at a time where we can have this done. Had we not had the availability to have a special meeting today, we would have a meeting of the commission prior to the applicants being interviewed, prior to us having this waiting for scheduling of council members to be available. The second reason was that came up in several public comment is how did we choose the members to be interviewed today, right? And so that's in your agenda packet. Is very transparent. The staff put in there exactly what happened. We are asked to pick our top 5. And from those top 5, if someone has 2 or more, then they are asked to come and interview. Out of the 19 applicants, quite frankly, there were a lot more applicants that I would have liked to see interviewed. I think that we had a large number of applicants that I would have loved to see interviewed, but because of the current process, it provides us with going ahead with if there are 2 or more votes. I think this came up even with one of the public commenters who went over and went through his application process. If we had this situation, it eliminates that what we're suggesting eliminates and allows just this body to go ahead and to interview all the applicants, not just the few that's selected. So I think it creates a situation where all applicants are interviewed that is very transparent and open to the public, that we now have something in writing that describes what were the comments. So there's notes taken. We'll see notes if someone takes notes. Today we took notes on the candidates here. And I'm wondering, when do you guys get to see what we wrote? Because I do believe in our transparency. So this is exactly with Councilmember Orlemans. There's no one pulling strings. We're not puppets. And we made this decision to be a better Brentwood and to be more transparent for our citizens.
Well, seeing that this is a request for a future agenda item, it's the.
So that might merit some clarification. So the council policy has 3 different ways to request a future agenda item, and 90% or more of the time it's through this process here where we have it on an agenda. At the end of the agenda, you request a future agenda. It comes back 2 weeks later. You detail why you'd like to see it to come back and spend time and resources on it. And staff return as soon as we can. In some cases, as we highlighted earlier, maybe a year, to come back with more information and get more policy direction from the council. A second way is the mayor has authority through the policy to request something to be put on the agenda for action if I am able to determine that staff has time to prepare it for action. Third way, I may be misquoting something, Damon, but third way is if 2 members submit it in writing and there's sufficient time to prepare it for action, because we had this requested on December 15th and I didn't have this needing to be published till January 10th. It's 2 paragraphs, had time to prepare it for action. We're already discussing committee assignments. It seemed very appropriate to include it in this staff report in context so you could decide who you wanted to assign to those committees, if you want to assign anybody to this committee at all. So that's the context of how this got requested, so it's actionable tonight if you so determine you want to proceed with that committee.
Great, thank you
Can
for that
I ask you a question about that? When this was requested for the agenda, did you review with them how many meetings we talked about this process and all of the work that went into creating this new process?
I don't recall if I talked about that.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if they have that insight or not. They were familiar with the process change, and they can speak for themselves.
Okay, then at this time, we will open public comments.
We will take public comments in the council chambers, followed by Zoom public comments. If you are in person, please file a speaker's card with the Assistant City Clerk on the form provided on the counter in the back of the chamber. If you're participating via Zoom, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom during this item to speak under public comments. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I have 2 speaker cards. Antonio Xavier.
I had prepared comments, but I want to address what you said earlier today. Please open your agenda packet to page 148. There is a commission interview committee detailed there. Nowhere does it say the interviews will be public. It just says that 2 members will be conducting these interviews. There will be a brief written report, nothing about the content of this report, nothing about notes being included. And it says they will make the recommendation for appointment consideration. So the great appointment of the Planning Commission that happened earlier today, that's gone. This does not guarantee any of the transparency, which many people in this community value. Does not include full representation. Now that we're all districts, you're now excluding district representation. You're disenfranchising the voters from those districts from completing in the full process of committee and commission interviews. You are also creating potential conflicts and questioning the merits of these candidates who get pushed forth, because this is happening behind closed doors. I know you said there's nothing about closed doors, but if you look at this packet, page 148, there is nothing about interviews being recorded and shared with the public. So this is where the pushback is coming from. I get the intent, I get the desire to speed things up, but what's concerning is what's written in the agenda packet. I also recommend that you table this item tonight so you have more time to review. I would suggest you go back and rewatch the January 26, 2021 City Council meeting, because it's a prime example of why we made these policy changes. When asked why specific candidates were endorsed during that meeting, the participating council member said they liked their answers. When pressed for specific details about those answers, one participating council member said you had to be there to understand why they were chosen. Transparency is a big deal. We need to be involved and see what's going on. The talking in circles that night went on for quite some time, and tensions flared over it. It was not a good look for Brentwood, but it happened. Why do I give this brief history lesson? Because we all know the following saying: those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. As the newest members of this council, I can give you the benefit of the doubt and assume you're unaware of these past events. Now that you do know, I urge the council not to make this change. We have the current policy because it corrected flaws in the old policy. You appointed 3 members to the Planning Commission using the current policy earlier today, and things ran smoothly. You will be creating a bad situation for future committee appointments and setting the stage for council conflict if you pass these changes. Keep transparency in place. Keep full involvement of all district representatives in place. Keep the current policy. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mike Kleeman.
Okay, I didn't want to have to come speak tonight, but I'm going to give new council members Pearson and Orlemans the benefit of the doubt, but I attended every single one of your forums when you were on the campaign trail. You were asked repeatedly if you were going to have the time to serve on council and devote and make that effort. Each of you said yes. And each of you just said now, and your rationale for doing this was to save you time. You made it about you. And that is frustrating. I've been coming council member or council meetings for about 5 years. Both of you also admitted that you never attended recent council meetings or planning commissions. So it's egregious that you would even bring this to the agenda in your first meeting. Yes, if you've attended these meetings in the past, you would know that for too long, special interests, developers, unscrupulous people have been infecting this town going back to Measure L, and probably even before that. That's why the community wanted these things to be transparent. Brentwood's broken the trust with residents and how we select planning commissioners and what we do. We're tired of seeing stuff behind closed doors. And what you two both are doing is undoing the will of the past council. The mayor, the vice mayor, Councilperson Mendoza, Councilpersons Rary and Johnny before you put this to bed. This should be done. You're making it more it's appalling to me. I want to know, when you guys discuss this more, what compelled you to put this on the agenda? I want you to be honest about it because I don't believe that you are, but I want to know if you were in communications and sending emails to the city manager and if that is who drove you to put this on the agenda, because that's where I'm thinking of. The trust is broken with city manager. You guys are rookie council members. I want you guys to succeed. I really do. I like both of you. But if you're going to take your marching orders from Tim Ogden, then those seats that you're sitting in are going to get really hot fast. So I hope you give us a little bit more explanation. I don't want to see it tabled. I want to see them all vote on it tonight. Thanks.
I have no further speaker cards in the council chamber. I do have 4 speakers on Zoom. First speaker is Linda Smith. Linda, go ahead.
I've been a resident of Brentwood for over 5 years, and I love this city. I oppose agenda item E2 because it returns evaluation of commissioners to only 2 council members and elects and eliminates public viewing of the process. Over the past 2 years, the Brentwood City Council has worked very hard to increase transparency. I would like to see that process continue. I believe the new rules for appointments is a move in the wrong direction. Having the mayor and 1 council member select commissioners is the opposite of transparency, and I urge the city council to reject this proposal. The entire council should have a role in the process of appointing planning commissioners, and the public should be able to view the process. City planning commissioners are particularly important during a time of rapid Brentwood growth and ever-increasing pressure for additional growth. Now it's more than 20 minutes. An hour ago, or an hour and a half, we saw the old process in action, and I encourage you to continue this process, and I reject item 2E. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cynthiana Todor.
Hi, good evening again. I would like to finish my general public comment. I really hope when city manager's review comes along, the incidents I mentioned, and hopefully you as a council will take time and interest to include others, because there are several we'll be taking into consideration. He needs to be held accountable for his action and possibly disciplined. We don't want Brentwood to be another news story like Manteca, where this individual was also city manager prior to being hired here. Council Member Orlemans, in his explanation, and I'm using air quotes, I'm sorry I can't be in the chamber so you can see me, hit it on the nose. People do not trust the council and city manager. And as I was already explained, there's a long history, and there's no trust. We want transparency. We want to see everything, hear everything at the same time as the council does. Council Members Pearson and Orlemans, you showed your true colors, first of all, by voting for candidates linked to developers. You were not playing, if you were not playing Judge Judy at traffic court or poker and enjoying drinks at a posh San Francisco neighborhood bar, and instead paying attention to what was going on around Brentwood, you would know that this is a big no-no. You gave in and paid your debt to your handlers and voted for candidates, again, linked to developers and who are developers themselves. One credibility point lost. Item D2. We need to put aside the lawyer talk and explanations that are backpedaling on your decision to propose a new process for candidate selection for commissions. Currently, we have a transparent, democratic, and residents vetted process, and you are asking to reinstate a terrible process resembling communist practices. I say this because I experienced it when leadership said people will not notice, we can do whatever we want for our own interest. The process you're proposing was in place during Mayor Taylor's dictatorship. And it led to where we are today, loss of trust in city government and city staff. So yeah, you are not stupid. I believe you are very bright individuals, but again, you are handled by people and special interest around the city to the detriment of our residents. So second credibility point lost. In a short 28 days of your tenure, by proposing this change, you are not only insulting the city staff who worked hard on implementing this process, but your fellow council members who a couple of years ago considered this process, and I'm quoting Mayor Bryan, who on February 18, 2021, said this is a great process.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. I just would like to reiterate that the process that we saw earlier tonight works really well. I've been attending city council meetings for a long time, and I was at that very contentious meeting where the notes were not shared, even though there were repeated requests to understand the logic behind who the appointees were and why. So we don't want to go back to that. I would agree with Councilmember Pearson that, you know, it would be nice to hear from more candidates. However, I don't know how you do that in an expeditious manner unless it goes over several days. The other thing is that, yes, this is time consuming, but this is also tremendously important. I'll have to tell you that if you really want a process that is a complete time suck, sit through the redistricting that took place in Sacramento, that takes place, that draws lines all over California, starting with our federal reps and then on down. I sat through those meetings. Those meetings went on all day. Public comment was hours upon hours upon hours. This process is actually quite expeditious when you consider the number of applicants and the number of finalists. So I think we need to keep the process right now. the way it is. And if there's a future agenda item on how to streamline the process without taking away transparency, I would completely agree to that. But I think that the public needs to hear the questions. And about that, I'm not sure how the questions were written. And I'm not sure if the 5 of you kind of said what questions you were going to ask, because as Major Joel pointed out, with each interview, his question and Council Members Pearson's question was practically the same. So yeah, obviously the process needs a little tweaking, not twerking, sorry. Did not mean that. But it works. It works well. It is transparent. It was hard fought, and I think it needs to be kept. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danny Dorman. Danny, go ahead.
Yes, okay. Boy, oh boy. Let's start with the 2 of you are new. And both of you admittedly weren't really active in Brentwood politics over the past 2 years. So those 2 all by itself, I'm trying to give a break. All right. The problem with what you're suggesting is you're basing this idea on the current configuration of the council. What happens 2 years from now? What happens 2 years after that? And on and on and on. As was previously mentioned, in 2020, and again, if both of you had participated, you might have had a better understanding as to why we are where we are now. But I want to go back to the case in point of one of the problems with your recommendation. Ms. Pearson, you voted for a person that didn't even interview tonight for the position. Even though you heard everybody, everybody there at least gave an interview. So your person, the person you voted on, could have been the greatest person in the world, but he or she didn't show up. And yet you voted for he or she. Now, if it was just 2 of you doing this in the exact same situation, the outcome would have been very different. And that is the problem. Oh, that, and we're getting another friggin' fire alarm thing here. So I'm sorry for the sudden noise. Maybe that was my hint to end this. Yes, honestly, the best thing to do is for either or both of you to graciously pull that idea out of this and solve it all. Or no continuance. There's no reason to continue this. 3 of you went through this. So there really is no reason to continue this. But as I said, you 2 are new. All right. You 2 don't have the benefit of listening in on meetings that is causing such a contentious tone of those on the floor as well as those on the phone. So please, 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 please consider just taking this whole thing out and let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Marisol Valles. Marisol, go ahead.
Thank you. Like everyone else, I'm floored, especially after hearing that. But to the new council members, it really does seem you have not been to previous meetings after your quite insane reasoning to why you added this item. I'd like to give special props to Council Member Pearson on your spinning. It may be convincing for those who have never attended a council meeting, but for those who have attended and the current council you're sitting with, it was such a bad spin. If you can't make time to have interviews, then resign. I want to ask the 2 new council members to please go back and review at least the past 3 years of council meetings, commission meetings. I'm not sure the new council members went to any of those previous meetings, because if they did, they would understand why this process that happened just today at 5 o'clock is so important to residents. Councilmember Pearson and Orlemans, you're taking away transparency by putting this request forward. Residents should know who applied, see the interviews, the questions asked. This way residents have insight to the way each of you will govern. Both of you should be there too. Everyone should be there. These commissions are vital to the city, and you all should be invested in the process. Again, if you're not invested, resign. To suggest taking this away from all council members makes me think you wish to hide it from the public. Tonight is a great example of how this recommendation process could go wrong. The recommendation process you're putting forward, where I recommend something you haven't even been through. Clearly, the two new council members didn't hear the same interviews that everyone else did, because you chose people who did not have qualifications. I mean, the two of you didn't even choose Rod or Dave. One of you chose Rod, one of you chose Dave, when clearly the two of them had the most valuable assets to the city of Brentwood. The city of Brentwood is who you are working for, and you showed such a lack of understanding of the role of the Planning Commission. So please take the option to create this whole option to create a committee and review and everything behind closed door. Take it off or vote no on it. Keep the commissioner process as it is. And I hope you learned a valuable lesson tonight. Thank you.
The next speaker is Holly Bishop. Holly, go ahead. Holly, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Orlemans and Pearson, for your thoughts and ideas on the commission. I feel it was transparent. The citizens of Brentwood already understand since 2020, we've incurred over $40,000 in cost in special meetings since council could not get a resolution on many matters. Council Pearson and Orlemans are simply trying to streamline the process. We are wasting time and money on possible agenda items like SB4, which isn't even a legitimate bill yet. Why is this even why is this even an agenda item? We need to concentrate on actual things that could benefit the city and not a hypothetical idea. Again, thank you, Orlemans and Pearson, for your thoughts on the commission. You have my support 150%. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further speakers on Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comments and move into council discussion.
I hope this is a tough meeting. So I like the current process. I like that we're all here, that we can all hear it. And one of the reasons that I pushed for it when we originally had it is we had a developer stand in front of Planning Commission and to everyone's face said, people in Brentwood have been lining their pockets for years. He said that out loud. And it was planning commissioners that he was talking to. And so I am scared of what can happen. I hear about what happens in other cities. And I think planning commissioners have probably, besides us, the second most important to the public role. And there was things that happened in planning, upzoning, for years, I just didn't understand until I heard that developer come in and say what he said. So I know it takes more time, and I will say that we're having problems with one meeting, and we're having problems with that one meeting because I refuse to go. I will not go to a meeting that was agendized and that said that I requested it when I didn't. So I will not attend the meeting, not because I don't want to, but because I won't go to a meeting that I was lied about to. So I have attended every single meeting. I have no problem doing this process. And then the other thing is, that's all I'm going to say about it. I like the meeting we had tonight. The other thing is, I just want to stay on LUD and the school interagency, and now I have the Cal Cities Housing Committee, and I just like to keep those committees just to keep, because the LUD one has a lot of bills. We talk about a lot of stuff with the state that we're familiar with, so that's all I'm going to say about that.
I'll go ahead and speak. Council Member Mendoza, I appreciate your professionalism in the educational process of how you're delivering. I would say that my door is open. I have an email, and if anyone in the public would like to email me when an agenda item comes up, I won't discuss what my thoughts are about it, but I'm happy to hear comments rather than people who want to come and make libelous statements or slandering that doesn't get us to a point of understanding. I appreciate the public comment by Mr. Xavier of saying, hey, well, could you go back and review a comment? I think that's the way we get somewhere in Brentwood for professionalism. Now, as far as backpedaling, I want to make it abundantly clear. Nowhere in this did it say we would like it, because there was a comment that it didn't say, let's have it open to the public. It also didn't say have it closed. So if we're going to go on words, and we've expressed, Mr. Orlemans and myself have both expressed that at no time was it our intentions to have this not open to the public at all. As far as if our city manager is pulling strings or telling us what to do, absolutely not. Mr. Orlemans was a police officer for several years, myself as an attorney for over 12 years. I have a mind of my own, and I do not need any member of this, of the public or of the city to tell me or to make me think or get into my pockets or have special agendas. I'm doing this because I think it is best for the public. And one, I'll tell you what the issues that I have with tonight's meeting. Because yes, everything turned out amazing. It was great, our process. But there are things that happen in process. For example, has the public seen the questions? No, the public didn't see the questions. And quite frankly, I think there were more questions, and I had better questions that I sent that I would have preferred to have asked than the question that was given. So I think the process that we're suggesting would provide for that committee to come up with questions that can be publicized for the public. One. The second thing, the people selected. I'd like to see everyone interviewed, not just the cherry-picked item of people who were picked tonight. It was shown tonight when the mayor's question and my own question was so similar, when we could have asked another question to dig. And just to clear up the suggestion, everyone I voted for presented tonight. Everyone I voted for tonight sat here at this podium and presented as an applicant. The person that I chose as my number one Rod, who was selected, was the number one candidate. So I don't know where this false narrative that's being spun is, but quite frankly, the other thing, the question is notes being seen. I'm suggesting that we have written notes that are presented to the public. You still don't see our notes. Each and every one of us had a page for every candidate of notes, and you are not seeing our notes. And for transparency, I'm seeking that one, so I can make it a public record that's clear from this diocese. One, I'm seeking out that this is always done in a public forum for the public to be a part of the conversation. Number two, I'm seeking out the notes that there is a written document that is prepared by the interviewers. And let's not get back to, this is a recommendation by the mayor. So no matter what happens if we're in the interview process, it goes back to the mayor's recommendations and then it's presented to council. So I'm not asking that that process be taken away. I'm asking that the mayor still make a recommendation that council votes on. The final thing that I would like to suggest is that at no time am I saying it's for my time. I'm saying there was a scheduling issue with other, and I appreciate you telling me what the reason why you're scheduling, but just so that the public and everyone else knows, I run my own business. Council Member Orlemans and myself, he has been retired, have made ourselves available at any time to the city in the morning from 8 a.m. until nighttime. Whenever anyone wants to meet with us, we're available. I have not said that I don't have time for this, nor have I made any public record that I didn't attend any council meetings before I was elected. So that being said, I do not wish to request my recommendation. And to move forward, I would like to request that I am on the specific committees of LUD,
PAL and school interagency, because I think that those are awesome. So, thank you.
Okay, one quick question about the reason we don't publish the questions is because we don't want them all to see them before the meeting. So that's why we don't publish them. And the other thing is the caller, Holly Bishop, said that we spent 40K on emergency, on special meetings. That misstatement. We spent 40,000 on emergency ordinances, and some of them were actually like fire related, like, code related. So that's what we spent 40,000 on, just to clear that up. Thank you.
Sorry.
Do you want to go? Okay, go ahead.
To start with, everything I had brought up at the beginning of the meeting was 100% true. Whether you believe me or not, that's on you. I was elected to this position. My vote counts equally as every other person on this commission, on this council, and I don't have any intentions on leaving. I'm retired. I do not have a job, and I have never turned down a meeting with anybody in this room because I didn't have time for it. It's not my time, it's other council members that have told us they couldn't make meetings that we were trying to accommodate, that we would like to see these meetings happen, and we would like to see council handling agenda items so that we don't expose ourselves to the state or to the people because the state has passed a law now that we can't keep up with. That was the intention. Whether you believe me or not, that's your issue, not mine. I've spent more than 7 years. I've spent 34 years in law enforcement. I've passed multiple polygraphs. I've passed multiple background investigations, and nobody has once found me to be dishonest, untruthful, or have lied. So I do take offense to all of those comments being made against me and Councilmember Pearson. I would like to see this finished tonight. I do not want to see it carry over for another council. It needs to be decided tonight. Part of the reason that I brought this before council, or that I wanted to bring it before council as early as I did, was I felt that the conflict that occurred on this council prior to us sitting here, the prior council, could have been a generating reason that this item came before council and the change was made. I didn't feel that it was necessary. I felt that it was brought because you guys didn't trust other council members. And I don't think that's the case anymore. That was all it had to do with. It didn't have to do with trying to make it easier, trying to make it, hide it behind anybody's doors. None of that was the intention. That being said, I would really, really like to be on the Police Activities League Commission. There's no doubt that I am very supportive of law enforcement, and I think I could do a great job with PAL, and I've worked with him for many years.
I'm going to go now. I appreciate hearing from both of you about the reasons that you wanted to do this. I understand that your reasons were very important to you. I'm not seeing anything evil or backdoor dealings as far as that goes. But I would like to say that I don't support the committee for several reasons. One of them is historically, the public is not as able to go to committee meetings, whether they're Zoom or whether they're in person. They're oftentimes during the day when someone is at work. So this council meetings, having the interviews and the process during a council meeting or in a special meeting will have a more public presence, more participation. I think that's important. One of the other reasons I like the idea of this format more than any other is because you may have seen when you looked at all of the applications that somebody sticks in your mind as that seems like that would be a really great candidate. And you kind of base your first choice on that round. When they come in an interview, it's not the same. It doesn't feel the same. They don't maybe have the same fit for the Planning Commission that they did on paper. So if someone later on were to wonder why the decision was made, they can now see the entire thing. And again, I realize you're saying that would be public, but to reiterate what Mr. Xavier said, the agenda item doesn't say anything about public, and committee meetings aren't always as public as a council meeting is. So I think that's where there's some disconnect. I would also like to say that the meeting that you're talking about that's taken so much time to try and schedule, I explained to Tim from the get-go that I could not do January. I have too much going on in January. This is the first time I've ever said I can't do a meeting. I've been doing this for 2 years. My hair appointment tomorrow is at 6:30 in the morning. So I'm willing to work my own schedule out and make it work on all the other commitments that I've got personally and professionally to make this my priority when when I need to be here. So just to let you know that. I think it's important that we keep the process the way the public wants it, the way we all approved it. Council Member Mendoza and I, and then Mayor Bryant as well. In the past 2 years, we've been focused on communication, on transparency, on having everything, all the good, bad, the ugly, be in front of the people. And we've been raked over the coals, and we've felt what you're feeling right now. We know how that feels. It doesn't feel very good. We're all here because we want to do this work. We're all here because we want to make things better. I'm not trying to claim anybody's got any kind of special interest, but I will say, this is important to people. Clearly, it's important to people. It's very important to me, the transparency and the communication, the accessibility, making sure that people that can't, this is why we're still doing Zoom, even though we're in person, when some cities have closed out the ability for people to make Zoom comments or email comments or any of that. They've said, no, we're all about accessibility. If you're disabled, can't drive at night, older, a single mother with kids commuting, we want you to be able to tune in on your car on the way home and make a comment. So these are some priorities that we've established and that have been really huge for us in the couple of years that we've been on. And like I said, the mayor has been right there with us. We've all been working together for this as a major focus for us. I would like to say that I think the two questions being as similar as they were, sorry to say, that was a staff mistake. We send 5 questions in, and in order of how we would like them ranked. And then we found out today what our questions were going to be of the ones that we presented, because we don't see each other's until tonight. So the idea is that we're not going to duplicate questions, but I do think that should have been caught because it did make it kind of awkward. I can definitely see that. But like I said, that being said, I would really like to not move forward the committee. I don't support that. I think it's much better, the process. It did take a lot of back and forth. It did take a lot of just really pushing and discomfort, and it needed to happen. And I think it's really an example of us being willing to do this work, to figure out a way to make our schedules fit so that the public can be completely engaged in the process. And that said, I would like to continue on the Ag Enterprise Committee. I would also like to be part of LUD, because I think that is there's a lot of land use understanding that comes from being on council that I think really feeds into that. I think I would like to be on the State Route Noise Committee. There's not a lot going on there, but because it's in my district. I would like to suggest that the Contra Costa Mayor's Conference has the mayor as a first, but I think we need to have an alt, whether it's rotating or whatever, because there are times you're not going to be able to go. And for us to have a voting, a say at those meetings and to be able to vote for or against what we support or don't want to support.
Can I interject something?
Yeah.
That is one of the responsibilities of the vice mayor.
Okay. It doesn't say that.
It does not. You're right.
And Johnny, I don't think Johnny ever went to one.
To be fair, we were in COVID for 2 of those.
Okay, but I went to them.
Yes, you
and
did.
So did Jovita.
Yes, you did.
And so did Karen.
Yes.
Even we went out on Zoom is what I'm saying.
Yes.
So it's not easy to, drive in the pouring down rain to the other side of the county.
No,
and I
is
did
not.
it last time. It should say alt on here, and it does not. So I think we should alter that.
Yes.
I think if we do decide to move forward with the John Morris Historic Trust, I should, try and be on that one, because again, it's in my district. I would like to not be on the League of California Cities. I'm very involved in the league already, so I think if we could get someone else to sign up for that one, I think that would be great. And that I don't think I necessarily need to be the Habitat Conservancy Board alt any longer either, because I want to make sure that I am accessible to you when you need me to be. And I'm trying to not overcommit. We all have a problem here saying no, as evidenced by the fact that we're here in the first place. And I think that covers everything I wanted to say. Thank you.
Can you please tell the newer council members what happens within the League of California Cities with a little bit more detail, your responsibilities?
Sure. It's really acting as a liaison, attending the meetings. And again, some of them have still been Zoom, but a lot of them are in person. They're mixers, they're East Bay, so they're located within our general area. And you really just go to the meetings and act as representative for the city. You come back and report what you've learned. There isn't any voting necessarily. There might be some discussion around, who supports what, but nothing really official. Sure.
Well, it is my turn. So I'll start with the main one. I appreciate all the conversation, and I believe that the spirit that it was offered in, I think I have an idea that I'm going to present to council. First of all, as far as what we did with Planning Commission, I think that is absolutely essential that we do this process this way. Planning Commission, it affects every aspect of our community. Commissioners really, I feel from the bottom of my heart, a planning commissioner really has to have a good understanding of our community, has to understand some of the history as well as the general plan and the future of our community. We do have commissions and committees that someone that is new to the community or would like to be a part of something to be more involved in our community, that has no experience, doesn't necessarily have to have a specific set of skill sets, a specific skill set. I believe that there are specific skill sets that are essential to be a successful planning commissioner. And so not everyone has those, but we have to be able to go through this process publicly to speak to one of the things that the vice mayor said. In my vocation and in my career, and I have had 4 companies that I've owned myself over time. It is amazing, and anyone that has had to do this, it is amazing when you look at someone's resume and then you actually meet them. Sometimes you wonder, is this the same person in the resume? Because some people interview very well or have a great resume, and when you see them, it's clear that they're not going to be set up for success in that position. And so in order to have that public interview, I think it's absolutely necessary. It is essential for Planning Commission. However, one of the things that was presented was having a public, nothing private, have it in this room, have it on Zoom, any of the commissions, Art Commission, is the example that comes to mind. Any of these other commissions, Brentwood neighborhood committees, different committees that people want to be involved in that don't necessarily have to be, and unfortunately, a lot of the committees, we have open commissions and we have open committee positions that we are pleading with our community. If you want to be involved, there is a place for you to be involved in our commissions and our committees, and you do great work, and then you help us as residents as well as the staff and our council. But if we were to have a commission, again, it all comes back to council, but instead of having to have the entire council interview for Arts Commission or some of these other commissions, it will be a public meeting on Zoom that two council members can have. Everything's public, everything that was talked about, questions can be made available afterwards. And again, really it is like Council Member Mendoza said, it's just to keep it fair. And so there are people that have the advantage. That's why we sequestered them. But we didn't want one person to have the advantage over the other simply because they'd had the opportunity to listen to the questions and prepare answers. And so, yes,
So I'm clarifying, sir. So you're saying for planning commission, keep what we have, what we did
Absolutely.
today,
yes,
and then do the committees for all commissions outside of planning?
yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Planning Commission stays exactly the way it is. I just feel well, we spent a lot of time doing it. We did inherit a difficult circumstance that the previous council, I believe, fixed the issue, and we saw how it works. This works. But leaving Planning Commission, this process the way we do, and some of the other commissions that don't necessarily affect the outcome of every household or the future of our community. All of the council doesn't have to be at that interview process, and the recommendations will be brought to council. Council is certainly free to see that process. It will be public. I would recommend that it's public, it's recorded, so that everyone that wants to be involved, it's open to the public. They can be involved just like a council meeting and see the process, because it is true. Vice Mayor's exactly right. Sometimes, or maybe it was Councilperson Pearson, sometimes they look great on paper, and when they show up, they're just not going to be a good fit, but they may fit in some other commission or some other community partnership event. So this is a question. Is that something that council would consider? That way, the overall effect is to have less obligation to the full council for 3 meetings when you could have a meeting or 2 before then and then present it to the full council with 1 meeting.
Yeah, that would work, I think, especially because the other 3 could watch it on Zoom, right? But I think that, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure it was going to be recorded so someone could watch it after the fact as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But that's just my thoughts on that. I will say that there are some of these that committees and bodies, some of them I am appointed from the League of the Mayor's Conference, the Association of so ABAG, Planning Agency Association of Bay Area Governments. I'm appointed to that. It is a vacant alternate, and basically that is a meeting that usually happens twice a year. There's not a lot of time commitment to be in the meetings, but we are a voting component of that. Those decisions are county-wide. That would be wonderful. The California Association of Councils of Government. Also, not a lot of time commitment for that. The alternate, I am appointed to that. The alternate is vacant.
So just to clarify, you mentioned at the mayor's conference that Vice Mayor would be the alternate for that?
Yes.
Are there any other that's an automatic?
So the way that has always worked, and I believe every city does it this way, if the mayor is unable.
No, I mean for any of the other commissions.
I'm not sure that there are any other commissions other than mayor's conference that the vice mayor was the automatic alternate.
Okay, thank you.
But the way that happens is if neither the mayor nor the vice mayor is able to be there, then an available council person will go and represent. That's common that happens. Mayor's conference, Delta 6, city managers or from East County or commissioners. I'm not sure what the CM is. Is it city? I can't remember. It's city managers. They haven't met since COVID. And so since I've been mayor, I haven't attended to any of those. East Contra Costa Habitat Conservancy Board. I am the appointed there. That is something that I've been on since 2010. It is that's a heavy lift and would take a significant learning curve for someone to set in. It is so the Habitat Conservancy Board, in any city that's a part of the East Contra Costa Habitat Conservancy, which consists of the city of Pittsburgh, the city of Oakley, the city of Brentwood, and Antioch is not in it. Basically, what that does is anyone that does any type of development has to go to several different state and federal agencies without a conservancy board. And they have to get approval from Fish and Wildlife, Department of the Corps of Engineers, and I believe some 16 other federal and local agencies, state and county agencies. The Conservancy has already gone to each one of those over a period of years and got the sign-off and agreement, and so that any development if you're a member agency, which Brentwood is, in Contra Costa County, or that they have to go and abide by this list and pay those fees. What happens is they have to offset land mitigation. So there's a formula involved that's very complex, but if you move an acre, you have to replace it by more than that, and it has to be protected perpetually. We have protected over 12 million acres in the last 5 years, most of it as a part of the open space that is part of the Mount Diablo range all the way out, and then also some on unincorporated Brentwood that is perpetually protected for agriculture use only. So anyway, that's what it does. I believe I've missed one meeting in 10 years.
I've been to one meeting.
So I've missed one meeting in 10 years. So it's not a big lift, but if there would be somebody that would be interested in what that is. Sorry for the long description of what it is. Okay. I'll just keep on going, and you can decide if that's something that sounds interesting. East Contra Costa Water Management Association. That is something that we had the first meeting since COVID. Our Director of Public Works, Mickey Sabota, and myself attended it. If there is an alternate, if I'm unable to be there, all of the water management associations, Brentwood does have our own water. We're the only city I'm aware of in Contra Costa County, and probably in most of the state that has our own, of our size certainly, that has our own water that we're able to do. So I imagine that this will be every 6 months, probably a meeting every 6 months for that.
As the mayor?
The mayor was, well, the mayor has been that assignment. I'm happy for someone else to do it, but mostly it's the mayors that are there with that. Enhanced infrastructure, EFID, that's going away. So that's going to free up some time for Council Member Mendoza and Meyer. The Green Empowerment Zone, that is a California State Assembly passed AB 844 by Assemblyman Grayson, who happens to be our new Assembly person, which established the Green Empowerment Zone. It is vacant. This is brand new. So if someone wants to be a part of that, I'm happy to take that appointment, but if not, if someone else is interested. It just says
So staff, is that one appointment or two for that one? I thought I remembered reading it was two.
Which one again?
The Green Empowerment Zone.
So we looked closer at the bill just a few minutes ago, and it looks like it just needs to be a City of Brentwood representative. Doesn't differentiate elected versus appointed or staff members. So if the council isn't interested, we can certainly have staff attend it. The bill further requires that we have to bring back to you a resolution to formally join this. The senator's office reached out to us and said, please participate. So we wanted to see first if this is of interest. If it's not, we don't have to participate, or secondly, we can have staff participate, do more research on it, and then come back to you with a recommendation if we want to participate or not.
If we could do, I don't want our council members or our staff to go to meetings that there's no benefit to. There are thousands of meetings. Some of them there is no benefit to. So having that information would be helpful, I think, for council.
Okay.
Yes, Assistant City Manager, did you?
Just a little more background. This is the idea that as the refineries close in the county, that there's this opportunity for additional economic development opportunities for East Bay Area County residents. And so the Assembly member has set this up to try to bring additional resources to the county and to the region to try to bring additional new green jobs. So I would say just at a high level, staff would be very supportive of participating. How long it'll take for that committee to be effective is yet to be seen. But it could be many, many years before you see, the fruits of the labor of one of these types of committees.
I'd like to nominate Darren Gale for attending and being a part of that one.
I will tell you that I have had a long-standing relationship with Assemblymember Grayson. I'm happy to take the appointment if it's deemed worth being appointed to. I'm happy to go do that. I've worked well with he and his staff for years.
So if there is interest in being a part of it, we can bring back on a future agenda the resolution that incorporates our participation formally, and then that's when they would recognize you as a member of it. But however you want to approach that, we'll certainly support that.
That process sounds
follow
great.
up. Okay.
What you said.
John Mars Historic Trust. There has been a city council liaison since 2010 because I was it. After Councilperson Rary was on council, she expressed interest in being it. If there is interest for a council person to be a part of that, absolutely. Yes, it is. That's the one.
If I can clarify, I believe Councilmember Rary was actually a member of the board, and that's why she couldn't vote on it. So she became the liaison. She could participate in meetings, but was not a voting member, just a city representative then.
Okay.
I said that I would, but.
Yeah, in a few minutes, we're going to display on the screen so you can see where you've temporarily at least assigned yourselves or shown interest, so you can see what's left, and we're working on that currently.
And then the League of Cities is Councilmember Pearson, I think. Did you show interest in that?
I have a question, but.
The only reason I think it would be good is because Vice Mayor Meyer is president of council and mayors, and I'm going to be on the housing committee, and I think it'd be great for Brentwood to have, be active with another role, because we have very strong opinions on stuff, so it'd be nice to have full force on Cal Cities. I'm sorry, Council Member Orlemans, I don't know what would you be interested?
Absolutely. Like I said, I'm retired. I have all kinds of time, and I'd be more than happy to. I think it would be great.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Terrific. Here we are to the Police Activities League. It is 2 positions, one main and then an alternate is vacant as well. Both council members, Orlemans and Pearson, expressed interest in that. So if you'd like to flip a coin to who's main, and okay.
It's more fitting that he.
Terrific.
He's going to make me come in as the alternate.
The school interagency meeting, Council Member Mendoza, and the alternate is vacant. Council Member Mendoza, is that a position you want to continue to do?
Yes.
Okay.
To be a part of that in a vacant seat as well. And is it as an alternate or just as a?
2 of us go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Transplan, Bart, that is a mayor's. And now here is the opening that former Mayor Barbara Geis. And just so you'll understand, I know I could see some shocked faces, and hear the shock that she'd been on it for 45 years. The reason is she and a couple of people at her kitchen table on a napkin came up with Tri-Delta. She is one of the founders of it. So that's the reason that she was a part for so long. December, the last meeting in December, she leaned over to me and said, "This is my last meeting. It's been wonderful." And so normally there's another process that appointed individuals are part of, but that's how she did it. So would we like to have that position filled with council? Would we like it to be opened up to the community for interviews and appointments? How would you like to do it?
I think that's phenomenal that she did it for over 40-something years, and I absolutely support us giving her her roses. So I think we definitely need to do something to celebrate her service. But I would like to see another member of the city join in, if possible.
Did you say community?
Of the community, yeah, sorry.
And just for some context, we did poll what the other cities are doing, and it looks like the majority of the cities have 2 council members on it, and only 1 city has a former council member representing that seat, just for context.
If nobody else is interested, I'd really like to get on that council if there's no one else interested.
Go for it.
And I think, especially with PA1 and what's going to be happening, I think it's the transplant and Tri-Delta are going to be very important.
So for clarity, is this a service on both? Because I see these as 2.
So Transplan, BART, State Route 4, and ECRIFA are meetings that are usually held on the same night, but are, I'm sorry, this is my mistake. This is not the one with Barbara, guys, the one following this. So Transplan, BART, State Route 4, and ECRIFA are all usually on the same night. And it is the mayors of every city and an alternate for each of the cities that are involved with this.
Sorry, I'm confused about who's hosting. Is it 4 separate meetings? Is it one host for all 4 topics?
It is 4 different hosts. Some of them are a part of all 4. There are 4 cities a part of all 4. And the county provides staff Transplant provides staff, BART provides staff. Then the county with State Route 4 and ECRIFA provides staff.
So where are the meetings held and how frequent are they?
I will tell you that they are every second week, and they're on Thursdays of every second week, Thursday evenings, and they have been on Zoom. But that goes away in February. So, excuse me, we're going to have to find a location to meet in person.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, I'm available for that also, and more than willing to go.
And also now, next is the Tri-Delta Transit Board. Now this.
That's the one I just said I
is the
wanted.
one you were interested in.
Yes.
Great, okay.
Mayor, did we talk about agriculture, enterprise, and LUD?
So we have not, but this is just my recommendation for LUD, because LUD, the information and the decisions that are made with the Land Use Development Committee are, excuse me, so they're very vital and long running. A lot of the things that come before LUD take decades sometimes to come to fruition or not. I think it would be wisdom to have someone, in addition to a sitting council person, have one of the new council persons be on there just for continuity's sake. 3 of us have 2 years left on our terms. It would be probably wise to have someone that has 4 years so that all the institutional knowledge doesn't vanish if two individuals that have 2 years, if those two individuals aren't on council in future, that all of the continuity in the decision-making processes and the history, that would vanish if two individuals that only had 2 years didn't show back up.
My only concern about that is that because of all, we deal with a lot of the land use, which is a lot of state bills. So just ramping someone up on like 40 state bills that sometimes you never know which we're going to come up on. I don't know.
That's why you have an attorney that understands state bills. And
No, I understand. You understand the bills, but I'm just, it's a lot. I mean, I was thinking Vice Mayor Meyer would just be good on it because we've been on these calls for 2 years. And there's sometimes stuff that we hear from other cities, but I don't know. You guys can hash it out. I was thinking Vice Mayor Meyer, but you guys can hash it out.
I was all about, I wrote down that I wanted to be on that one, and I still see the wisdom in both. I see the continuity thing that you're talking about. This is a tough one. This would almost be like maybe we toss a coin and pull a Richmond.
Well,
No,
we've
I'm sorry,
done
that
it.
was name out of a bag.
We've tossed coins here before.
Does it have to be limited to 2 people only?
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Another
That's right.
consideration is that LUD meeting typically meets the third Monday at 2 o'clock. So I want to make sure that works for everybody's schedule as well, unless there's a special meeting that's scheduled for special purposes.
And the ag enterprise, because those ones have been skipped over and over again, but I don't recall exactly when
Yes.
they meet.
I haven't been on that.
And I would like to be on that
For
again, but I don't recall when the meetings are, to be honest.
It's a phenomenal, it's really important. None of the standing committees are not important. This is one that really has some immediate and future significance that's going to be very important. Agricultural.
Yeah.
I love the Ag Committee. I'm on a lot of committees. I don't have to be on it. And if someone else wants to be on it, I think it's really important. Our agricultural decisions and connections in this community, that's our history. And what they are doing to bring in economic development and stability in our agriculture, the things that they're talking about and working through, the vintners, the UPIC, the vision that we've always had and the identity that we've always had as an agricultural community is going to expand exponentially in the next couple of years. Especially if a couple of key things happen, which it looks like that is going to happen. It's really going to open the doors for our agricultural community to be a benefit and be benefited.
So I think Darren might have some feedback on the meeting time.
Yes.
Yes, through the mayor, the meeting meets, or that group meets quarterly, March, June, September, and December, and they meet the first Monday of the month
Okay,
at 2 o'clock.
thank you.
I'm sorry, one more time.
March, June, September, and December, the first Monday of the month at 2 p.m.
The state route for noise committees is an ad hoc, so it's not a regular meeting. I think we've only had one. And I don't know if we're scheduled to bring that back. Tim?
Mickey can maybe elaborate a little bit further. When we have an update of significance, then we can schedule a meeting on that, but we can certainly schedule one soon to give an update to whoever's on that committee.
Yeah, we haven't had a whole lot of updates. We're working on a Soundwell plan. We're working with Caltrans. They've got plans to resurface State Route 4 in a couple of years and haven't had any need to update. Now, I do have monthly calls with the Trilogy HOA, and same thing. We've had regular meetings, but we've canceled most of them because there are no updates.
Is there someone that would like to be on that?
Still like to maintain that.
Terrific.
Another continuity.
So would one of the newly elected council persons? Okay. Terrific.
Transportation issues.
No problem.
It falls to his strengths. That's great. And I don't think 2023 Commission Interview Committee is proposed.
So I can go ahead and,
Yes.
there was not a motion, so there's not a friendly amendment or anything like that, but I'm going to make a motion for the proposal of a commission's interview committee. But I do appreciate the suggestions of the council members who were here before us. I do appreciate the amendment by the mayor. However, I am still stuck on the fact that there were more applicants that I would have liked to see interviewed, and would ask that this council make a change to, if we're not going to change the interview process specifically just for the planning commission, that we do something a little different in respect to, I think our top 2 were selected for interview, and I would ask that our top 3, that way we can actually interview 4 additional candidates, possibly. I know that might keep us here a little bit longer, but I think it would widen the net a little bit. And we would have had more, I think there were other qualified candidates who we could have heard from, I would have liked to hear from, and give them the opportunity, especially since we had 19 and we interviewed, 8 people? So I would ask for that to be a change. And then I would propose a motion that, one, we change it to the top 3, and then that their commission's interview committee, for all commissions with the exception of the planning commission, to be comprised of at least 2 council members, one of them being the mayor, to provide a written report and a recommendation to council, to be done publicly, in person, and in Zoom. That would be my motion.
I would second that motion.
And if I can just clarify before the vote, regarding items related to the interview process for planning commissioners, that would need to come back, as this agenda item tonight is more focused on the creation of committees and not the actual process for commissions appointments that are not handled by the committee process. So as I understand it, the motion is to create a council interview committee for 2023 for the Arts Commission and for the Parks and Recreation Commission. And those are the 2 that the council still appoints. I believe the BNC, as I understand it, is appointed by the Parks and Rec Commission.
Interviewed by
them, appointed by the council. And then I believe that the Youth Commission is interviewed by youth commissioners themselves and then brought to the council for appointments. So I think the motion here, just related to the committee, would be just for the committee itself, not for the process or the planning commission. That would come back at a future meeting.
Would that have to come back even though in our agenda item it specifically talks about process?
It talks about process for the commission, for the committee. It doesn't talk about council process and how you do your planning commission interviews now if you're not doing it via the committee process.
Okay.
So, and that would probably come back, since you've just had your appointments, will come back later in the year, not immediately, because you'll have another full year before you make any new planning commission appointments.
So let me change that. Let me change the motion. I'm going to take out the comments about the committee, the planning commission, and say that we have a commission's interview committee for is it the Youth Commission and the Arts Commission?
Arts and Parks and
Recs
Recreation.
and Art, thank you. For Parks and Rec and Art, that is comprised of at least 2 council members, one being the mayor and one being another council member, to provide a written report and a recommendation to council, and to be done publicly.
And I still second it.
Still got my mic on. Great. We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it is unanimous.
And now that you have that committee created, it would be appropriate to fill it. I believe your name is going to be one of them, Mr. Mayor, but there's a blank spot for someone else in the council to participate on that.
Is there anyone that is available to join with me on the 2023 Commission's interview committee for the Arts Commission and Parks and Rec
I
Commission?
would like to help you with that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could clarify one more thing, and I'm sorry about this, I just realized this. The municipal code, I believe for the Arts Commission, describes a council process for interviews. And so we're going to need to look at the code to see if we need to come back and make any changes to that as it relates to the Arts Commission before you go through this process. The Parks and Recreation Commission, their section has not yet been updated. So I believe their process would still allow this committee to assist in the selection process. But for arts, we may need to come back with an amendment to the municipal code.
Thank you.
And at that announcement, I have a question then. So we have pending applications. Are you saying the municipal code needs to be updated before they can proceed with this committee they've now organized? So when we did this 2 years ago, we didn't have the municipal code say this, and we created a committee anyway until we changed the municipal code later. So I'm just wondering why that wouldn't work now. So we don't want to keep those applicants waiting. as
No,
well.
I understand completely, but I would like to look at the code just to make sure, and I have not done that for this particular section for the Arts Commission. So I would like to look at that to make sure that the council is following the code.
So if it's consistent with the code, we can go ahead and schedule this committee as soon as they're available to interview those applicants. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, to return to one of them, I'm noticing that Councilmember Orlemans has signed up for a bunch. And I know there was a question of the League of California Cities. So if you would like, I'm happy to be on that one. If you don't want, if you feel stretched, you're okay with that? Okay.
I believe with that, all of the committees, commissions, no? Ag and land use, yes, thank you.
So Mayor, are you able to switch your screen over, that button? Then that'll show you what's being displayed up there. So for everybody to know that.
Present.
Yep, there you go.
Ah, thank you.
So double check this, make sure we've recorded it accurately and fill in any other additional vacancies if you'd like to tonight.
So wants to be on ag.
Is there someone that would like to be on the Ag Committee with Councilperson Meyer? I'm happy to do it, but if someone else would like the experience, I'm happy to let that happen as well. Then it will be me. I'm happy to do it.
Volunteered.
Great. Land use development, LUD. Are we going to toss a coin for that one? Okay. Does anyone have a coin? I can toss a debit card. Yes, I don't carry cash.
You got paper.
I don't have one. She only has paper. I got a coin. Councilmember Pearson, would you like to examine?
I need to weigh it, make sure it's coming from you now.
Nice big one. You
Doing a lot of shady talk tonight.
You can choose, and he will talk.
All right, you toss. Are you sure you want me to go first?
Okay.
You can, yes.
This is heads. It has a white crane on the back of it. It's tails.
All right, I'll go ahead.
Shall I catch it or should it hit the floor?
Whatever you do,
I'll let it hit the floor. Okay, here we go.
Oh, is it in your seat?
It's in its feet.
Oh, my goodness.
Let's do that again. I don't.
Wait, should we do 2 out of 3 because?
Uh-huh.
Oh, my God. You're not very good at this.
Heads.
The other one was tails, I want to say, the one that landed on the seat. So it should be.
So 2 out of 3?
I'm just saying.
Okay, 2 out of 3. One was heads, one was
It
tails.
was, it landed.
Okay, here we go.
Get out of the way.
It's tails.
It's tails.
Actually did not expect that. Me.
Yeah, Councilman Meyer.
I didn't expect that. I actually figured it was gonna. That's everything?
That's everything.
Is everything filled, even alts for everything?
So California Association of Councils of Government, unless that was stated earlier.
Mendoza.
Mendoza, okay. So we had you down for Association of Bay Area
Oh,
Governments.
no,
Is
I'm
that
sorry. No,
both?
she was ABAG. I was ABAG. How often does this one meet?
Mayor, that's the California Association of Councils of Government.
Me either. I'm like, I don't even know what they do.
It has not met in 2 years.
Okay, yeah. And then you just put it all for the.
They're going to start meeting weekly next week.
And they're gonna do, yeah,
Fabulous.
every other day.
And the alternate for the Habitat Conservancy? As exciting as I made that sound,
made
I'm
it sound
surprised that
exciting.
everyone's not fighting for it.
That one could be a staff.
No, it has to be a council person.
And that one's the one that's monthly?
No, it's not monthly. It is bi-monthly or as needed.
I mean, I'll be the alternate.
And then, as I mentioned earlier, we can probably hold off on an appointment to the EIFD till we can schedule that for another hearing and discussion on the merits of it.
Okay.
And I think that should do it.
I'm so excited.
The league should be changed to Pearson.
Which one? Sorry.
The League of California Cities.
Oh, I signed up. for that
Liaison?
one. Yeah.
Yeah, he had Orleman still.
Oh, thank you for finding it.
Okay, with that, do I have a motion regarding this item?
As detailed in the staff report, accept the updated list of assignments for council members to committees based on what we just saw live.
I'll second that.
Have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
It is unanimous. Item E1, request for new agenda items. And if you have
E21?
just E1 right now.
Oh, no.
Do we have seeing none, no new request, we'll move into item E21. And Council Member Mendoza will explain her request. Discussion of and possible direction to staff related to the preparation of a letter of support for AB 23.
I think we're all aware of all of the thefts that are happening around California because the amount now is $900. And Muratsuchi is hoping to take it back down. I think it's $450 is what he wants to take it back down to what it was before. So I want to send a letter of support to the legislators that we are on board with this. I also did receive a call this morning from the Downtown Brentwood Coalition that are in full support of this as well. They are very excited about it. They were talking about all the thefts they had when we were at our meeting yesterday with Main Street America. So I would like us to send a letter in support of this bill.
Terrific.
Now, does this have to come back or can you just write the letter?
Well, we have to open public comment first. Okay, and we can have the motion tonight, but we do have to open public comment.
Unless you want to answer any questions first.
Yes, is there any questions regarding?
So I can answer that first question. So we have a policy that says if it's consistent with the league's position, I can work directly with the mayor to sign it, and then we send a copy to all the council. If the mayor feels like the league's position doesn't have merit or doesn't have applicability to Brentwood, I put it on a council agenda and have the whole council give direction at that point. Since the league has not taken a position yet, there are no support letters drafted, and it's potential that the bill may yet be amended. So I would recommend we give it a little bit more time to see what that looks like when it comes to a little more final form before it starts getting through committees, and then see what that looks like. And if it changes, we'd bring it back to council for any different additional direction. Otherwise, we can send the letter out as soon as there's a draft written by the league, or if we just need to spend some time and draft it ourselves.
My concern, well, this isn't just,
I do have a question, if we're going to questions before we're doing like a typical. Does our police department have any hesitation with the current text of the bill?
The current text, no. But again, as city manager said, it has not made it out of just being printed. It was supposed to possibly be heard in committee on the 5th of January, and that has not been updated, whether it was or was not. Additionally, the California Police Chiefs Association and multiple other law enforcement associations will be looking at all the bills that come up, and then we'll decide, they decide on which ones we will support and which ones we are opposing. And then we as police chiefs will reach out to our representatives and let them know what we do and don't support from that perspective. So as it sits and as it's written now, yes, I would say the bill is in favor of us.
So will the association potentially also write its own letter of support or opposition?
Yes, and then they send them out to all the chiefs, and then we put our information on it, send it out to them electronically, and then we typically pick up the phone and make phone calls.
So that actually could be something we use as a template if the league decides to not necessarily move forward.
Correct.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And then the other question is, in looking at the bill text included in the staff report, it appears the only revision to the bill is a change in the amount from 950 to 400. Is that accurate? That's
Yes.
the only change? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, there's no further questions. We'll open public comment. Amanda?
We will take public comments in the council chambers, followed by Zoom public comments. If you're in person, please file a speaker's card with the Assistant City Clerk on the form provided at the counter in the back of the chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature in Zoom during this item to speak under public comments. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I have not received any speaker cards in the chamber, and I do not see any hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comment. Move into council discussion.
my only concern with League of Cities is sometimes they take a long time. They drag their feet. And I would like our legislators to know that this is something we believe in, and our retailers believe in. So I don't know if there's something, we can do one now, like as the text stands now, we support it, like we'll review again when amendments, and then send an update if something happens. But again, I had this conversation with retailers like, Safeway Corporate and stuff, and what we've been thinking, because that's my other job, is we wait for other people to speak for us, and we just need to start bombarding the legislators with our opinions because they're not listening to us, they're listening to their lobbyists. So we've got to be as loud as possible and tell them what we want and what we don't want, because the lobby money is louder sometimes than our letters, and we got to make our letters louder than their lobby money.
So I'm not in support of us writing a letter. And I have to tell you, I'd like to inform the public of why specifically I'm not. I think that the people who elected me need to know the issues from someone who's actually served and sat as an attorney, as a conflicts attorney, and also served and worked in the district attorney's office in San Francisco. I have some great issues with Prop 47. We're seeing that this has come after Prop 47. And while I have issues with it, I've seen that since Prop 47, which this has been around for a long time, I've seen that we've had a reduction in recidivism rates. And I've also seen that the state saves about $68 million a year in not having people incarcerated for a $500 difference. When I served as a conflicts attorney for misdemeanors and felonies, one of the problems, and to go into more detail about what it means to be a conflicts attorney, when the public defender's office can't, because of a conflict, represent a defendant, then outside counsel is called to be a conflicts attorney. And I've been called several times as a conflicts attorney prior to Prop 47 and then after Prop 47. After Prop 47, when we did see that the rate went to $950, one of the things that I appreciate about it is that it created diversion programs and it created theft schools that people who are arrested have to pay to attend theft school, and they have to go to pre-plea or post-plea diversions. One of my big issues is that did resolve, that we don't see as much of, is the overcrowding of our local jails and prisons. If we do reduce the rate, we have people who we as taxpayers will be paying way more money for to sit in jail than the $500 difference. So one of the things that I would suggest is that we as a city figure out a way to hold, for our corporations, there are arrest warrants that they refuse to sign, and people are just being let go. I don't think that we need to just allow people not to be handled for theft. When people commit crimes, these things should be dealt with. However, I don't think that AB 23 as written resolves the issues that we have with theft. It also doesn't take into account the disparaging differences in sentencing. Sitting as a conflicts attorney in one day, I've seen a client who I had to represent who stole diapers not be allowed to go back and be released on her own recognizance, but stay in jail for stealing diapers for her baby, versus 2 young men who had stolen an accessible amount of tennis shoes who were then released because their families were able to afford representation. And so until we see the gap that closes in the disparagement of income and race, ethnicity, and gender, I don't think at this time I'm comfortable as a council member signing off on a letter for AB 23 without having the league do the deeper dive. And I am appreciative of Council Member Mendoza's recognition that they take time, but there's a reason why it takes time. One is to investigate from a different perspective. Yes, at a city level, we do see theft, but it goes beyond the city. At a county level, our tax dollars are spent to keep people locked up for the theft of items that would be below $900.
I guess I understand where you're coming from, 100%. I worked retail. I got held up at gunpoint over jeans. So I don't care what color you are. I don't care what your income is. You pull a gun out at someone I love, at anyone here, I'm going to have a problem with it over jeans. We can't even get people to work retail because their lives are in danger. We have people hurt on the sales floor all the time. So it is beyond me that we could make a change that would help reduce it, because it increased when we changed it. I mean, the data is the data, right? We went from 450 to 900 and increased theft. And you're only, I understand that people of color are in jail at a higher rate. I get it, but then how do we help the people in Brentwood that are going and opening shops? I mean, we heard it yesterday at the Main Street USA meeting. How do we help them? Because right now, I just don't see that the DA can do anything under 900. I mean, we used to, at Gap Inc., we would find homes that you would open the doors and they would be like Gap Inc. stores inside. Like, how do we stop them when it's $900?
One, I just want to remind you that if someone does pull a gun out, that's actually a felony.
I understand that. I understand that. But when they get away and you don't catch them, they came in for jeans is what they came in for.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, I'm the one who had the gun sitting at my abdomen.
And then I think we also, to answer your question, council member, we need to hold businesses accountable for actually signing their arrest warrants. A lot of businesses are not signing them because we have a highly litigious society right now, and a lot of them are afraid to sign for an arrest warrant because they're afraid if they have someone act and try to arrest or apprehend someone that they're going to be sued. So I think there are other things that we can do in addition to being people who change legislation and policy. Did Prop 47 resolve our issues? Absolutely not.
They exasperated them.
Depends on who you're talking to. So in your opinion, yes. So in my opinion, it created other problems and it resolves them. But
I don't know. I just don't know what else to do for the people who have businesses in our city, and when they're calling out for help, I just don't know. I haven't had one person call me because they were put in jail from Brentwood erroneously, but I have a lot of people who own shops and it's their livelihood that this is impacting every single day.
I'm sorry. I don't have a problem with the letter being written. I think it's in support of it. I do have a problem with spending that much staff time drafting a letter. bringing in and having to spend the time to put the letter together. If the chiefs of police put the letter together and we can use that information to sign off on, or if the League of Cities does that, that would be great. I just have a hard time spending staff time on what I perceive would be a waste of time. We're changing the law back to what it was when I worked in Brentwood. We're trying to change the law back to what it was when I worked in Brentwood. And it was never a problem of whether we made the arrest. It was a problem of whether the store, the business owner, the company would sign that arrest ticket so that we could bring the person to jail. Our police department is putting themselves at risk by putting their hands on these people for items, and then the store saying, I'm sorry, I don't want them arrested. And now we're opening up our police department to lawsuits.
So why would the police department then support it if they don't want it?
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. I didn't say that the police department didn't want it. I said it could open themselves up to other laws. I didn't say the police department didn't want it. I said I may not be that interested in spending staff time writing the letter.
Chief Herbert, can you give us an overview of what happened with the passing, the change of the amount to $950 on a hyper-local level? What has Brentwood seen since that amount was raised and since you have not been able to prosecute, or excuse me, since it hasn't been able to go that far based on people, lower than that amount? What have you seen?
We have seen an increase in thefts from our stores. It was kind of a trifecta between the Prop 4757, AB 109, and then COVID hit where we were unable to book people into county jail. So they received a citation, walked out, and 10 minutes later they could steal again. They could steal all day long and continue getting tickets because they weren't going to jail. Those COVID restrictions have been lifted and we can get people booked into county jail. One of the main issues with the law, regardless of the 950 or the 500, is the fact that if it is a misdemeanor, we need the business to sign the citizen's arrest form. If they sign the citizen's arrest form and it is the misdemeanor, we can take them to jail and they would get booked into county jail, and that would be possibly the only punishment they get is being in jail that day. And for some citizens, that might be the breaking point between them deciding to steal and not steal. On the other hand, the
Is
organized...
the misdemeanor misdemeanors would be from 900 to 450, that would change?
Yeah, so anything under 900 right now is a misdemeanor.
And then, anything under
it'd move it
450
down.
would be a misdemeanor?
Correct.
And anything over 450 what is
Become a
that
felony.
called?
Would become a felony and we can arrest them without having to have the business. Correct. So the organized retail theft is a whole nother beast that's out there right now. And in fact, we did an organized retail theft operation on the 29th and again on the 30th. The 29th, we made 10 arrests alone in the short period of time. And then again on the 30th, I don't have the stats for the 30th, but these are cases that go down as far as just juveniles walking out of the stores to the actual organized retail theft where they're coming in and this is their job. Their job is to go out and steal as much as they can to fund their livelihood. And CHP has set up a specific unit for organized retail theft, and that is who we paired up with to do this at the streets of Brentwood and also at the Rayleigh's Shopping Center between TJ Maxx, Ross, and Rayleigh's. And it's what this has done, the changes in the laws has taken the people that didn't steal prior to the change in the laws because it could possibly get them incarcerated to allow them to not be incarcerated. So now they can steal as long as they keep it under that amount of money. So it's prompted that small group to increase their thefts.
In your opinion, are they not signing the form? Are the small businesses not signing the form because they're afraid of repercussion?
In some cases, yes, and in some cases, it's just corporate policy. We've gone round and round over the years with local businesses. I won't name them, but local businesses that that is their policy. They won't do it. So because they feel that the loss is a write-off, and then the staff time that may happen if they have to go to court is not worth them paying staff time to do. So they just take the loss as a write-off.
They have insurance and the fear of legislation and, I mean, of litigation. Additionally, I have to say that I appreciate that the chief said it's a trifecta. There are several statistics to find out. Since 2017, there was not a big difference in theft from the passage of Prop 47 until COVID. COVID was part of this trifecta that made a huge change. I would suggest that members of our public look at, we have in the county have a racial justice oversight board that has all these statistics. There are several police chiefs that are on the racial justice oversight board as well as sheriffs. And I would suggest to look at the statistics that show this because it would help. But I think this is what the league would do, is do this type of investigation. So I would actually ask for us not to just disregard what Councilwoman Mendoza has asked us to do. I would just ask that we put this off until we get more information back from the league.
Your mic is on. I was wondering if you're.
Oh,
I would say if we're looking hyperlocal at Brentwood, that we follow the recommendation of following up with the police association. I feel like that would be a really good a start for us to really have a good understanding of what this impact would be on our police department. And I think we do need to keep our eyes on what's happening hyperlocal, not statewide, countywide. We definitely have a problem with our prison system and our recidivism, and we're not doing the right things for a lot of people that are going through challenges that are just untenable. So I think that's a different issue. But I don't necessarily think we need to wait for the league. I think the Police Officers Association could be a good source as well. And I would say, in looking at staff time and resources on a letter, we do have a lot of things that we're using as templates that we've done very similar legislative advocacy letters in the past. So I don't think it's a huge, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I don't think it's a huge amount of staff resources and time. But I would say if we decide we want to write a letter, I would rather see a letter that says we support it as it stands in this current context. But that's the thing, if it changes, right. So that's the scary part. Like, what if it changes and it's to something that we really don't support, then what?
But that's the thing, like when you listen to the committees, there are cities that send letters at every committee because it's so important to them. And that's what I'm saying, like either it's going to be important to us, things that go to the state. I mean, we say the state's taking over, right? So either we're going to send letters at every step or we're not. And there are cities that are doing it. So I just think that we should be taking an active role. You know, they say. And
I'm not saying we shouldn't.
Yeah.
I'm saying if we send it now, I would like language that includes where it stands right now is what we're supporting.
Yeah. I would be fine with that if the police is going to be faster than the league. I mean, that would be fine. We could just wait for their language and use their language. Or if you say it's not, you already have a template, whatever's, works, I would be fine with.
And just wanted to make one more point too. Even if this bill passes, this law doesn't change. It has to then go before the voters of the people. So this would come before a general election or statewide election to make it effective. So just keep that in mind as well. So we'll watch closely with what the Cal Chiefs program is doing, keep you updated. And if our policy doesn't allow us to sign it with the mayor and send it off, we'll bring it back on an agenda and have you approve it at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I believe there still needs to be a motion on this.
That was just my recommendation.
So,
yes, sir. So is there a motion?
So I make a motion that we wait to see what the police league, I don't know what the name of it is, association does with the letter, if they come out one out first, or if the league comes out one first, or if you have something on hand, then we can use that to support the bill.
Wouldn't that assume that the police association and the league is going to support it?
The police, I'm pretty sure the police.
As I said, as the new legislation, all the bills come out, California Police Chiefs has a legal attorneys on staff and then board members that then review all the bills that are being proposed in the current forms they're in. And as they get closer, they'll work closely with, for lack of a better term, lobbyists lobbying to either support or get a law changed to something that we can support. And until that legislative session really kicks off with the bills, we won't have a full understanding of what they're suggesting that we support or not support moving forward. And as soon as I get that, I will be more than happy to let everyone know where we're at with that. There's not only just Cal Chiefs, there's California Police Officers Association, Fraternal Order of Police that are all active in this whole role of getting bills pushing forward so that we're all uniform and hopefully getting the outcome that does support the victims of crime in our state.
So my suggestion would be that the motion would be that we table this until we get a recommendation from our police department as to their recommendation concerning this, is it AB?
Well, we still have a motion on the floor. So my motion is that if if they're supporting and the league is supporting, we send letters in support of the bill. So
I would second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
yeah, I
Opposed?
I oppose it.
Okay. The item moves. Item E2.2, future agenda item request from Council Members Mendoza for Mendoza for city
Members.
council discussion of and possible direction to staff related to the preparation of a letter of opposition to SB 4, planning and zoning, housing development, higher education institutions, and religious institutions.
So I guess this is another one we're going to wait to see if the league, I already heard the league is writing a letter in opposition. They're just waiting for it. So this is another one where our local land use control is being taken away by the state. We just talked about it with SB 9. I think, their ultimate goal is to take over and do statewide planning. So I would, as soon as we can have a letter available, I would like to send a letter opposing SB 4, which would give churches and schools the authority to build housing all over their extra land.
We'll go to public comment.
Okay, if there's no further questions, we'll open public comment.
We will take public comment in the council chamber, followed by Zoom public comments. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the Assistant City Clerk on the form provided on the counter in the back of the chamber. If you're participating via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature in Zoom during this time to speak under public comments. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do not have any speaker cards in the chamber, and I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, at this time, we'll close public comment, move into council discussion.
Now, on this one, I absolutely think I don't want to wait. and this is big for me, being elected from District 2. As many people are aware in public and here on the diocese that the Bluebird Project came right down the street from my house, and it was owned by a religious institution. This Senate bill would, if approved, would then provide that organizations such as the one that tried to put it there, I think it was Catholic Charities, would just be allowed to put things in our neighborhoods without council and the residents and the community having the right or the say. And so I know that this is the third time that this has been presented. And from what I've been reading on this legislation, it looks like the second time around, the hiccup was a union issue, and this has been revised to be inclusive of unions and union workers. So it's, the drafter gets closer and closer to something that the citizens, if they don't understand it from our perspective in Brentwood, where we've actually seen this possibly come up, could pass, and it would negatively affect us. So I don't want to wait on this one because we already know what could happen in our city, and I would wholeheartedly support any letter that's in opposition to it immediately.
Is there any further council discussion?
So if we don't want to wait on this one, like she mentioned, Wiener did bring it a couple of times. Could we use that as kind of the backbone to a letter?
We can see what the league had drafted in prior bill drafts and see if that would help us expedite our efforts. Absolutely.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, I would support writing this letter immediately as well. I think there's not enough criteria around the designation of a church for someone to just, like we were talking about before, let me just start a church and then in my backyard. And I think I didn't see a good definition of qualified developer either. So with all of that in mind, I would support that letter being written immediately.
Okay, is that a motion?
Like to make a motion to support or to spend staff time and resources writing a letter of support for SB4.
That's a second that.
We have a first and a second. Yes,
If I can
Damien.
clarify, I believe you may have meant opposition to SB4, Councilmember
Oh,
Meyer?
sorry.
Not support?
Yeah, that was well done. We were just going to go forward with it too.
Just to make
No,
sure the
opposition.
second
Yes, thank
concurs
you.
with that
Thank you for
change.
clarifying.
Okay.
You support the amended?
Yes, I do. I second that. Thank you.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous and it moves. Item E 2.3, future agenda item request from Council Member Meyer for City Council discussion of and possible direction to staff related to the request of future agenda items made by members of the Planning Commission and how council can support the Planning Commission's efforts. Council Member Meyer.
Thank you very much. So having been one of those people that has watched Planning Commission meetings in the privacy of my own home, I'm not sure I'm going to be doing it in person. I'm going to still stay on Zoom for that, by the way. I've seen a lot of times where planning commissioners will bring an agenda item forward that I don't see come back. And I actually called a planning commissioner to ask that question, and they said, yeah, there was one in particular that, as an example, was a discussion about front yard lines landscaping for new development. And would there be some consideration of the drought emergency, which is a little unbelievable to think about right now when we're in a monsoon season, but would that need to be looked at, not to lower our standards when it comes to front yard landscaping, but to make sure that any new development was really going to follow the protocols that we've established and that we're following of the state when it comes around water conservation. So that was one example. I think I just want to make sure that when a commission, and I guess I can only talk about planning, but I would love to say any commission that wants to have an agenda item brought forward, I want to make sure that they are empowered to do that. That if there's a process that we need to be a little more clear about with them, so maybe help them with their wording, maybe help them understand what is an appropriate agenda item for them, or maybe is something they would prefer to bring to council. Do you know what I mean? I think we need to be a little bit more clear with them. I think if there were agenda items that were not brought forward because it maybe wasn't under the purview of that commission, then maybe they didn't understand that well enough. And so it's on us to make sure that they understand where they end and we begin and how the process works so that we can empower them.
It'd be appropriate to take public comment now and then engage in council questions and discussion.
This time we will open public comment.
We will take public comments in the council chamber, followed by Zoom public comments. If you're in person, please file a speaker's card with the Assistant City Clerk on the form provided on the counter at the back of the council chamber. If you're participating via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature in Zoom during this item to speak under public comments. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do not have any speaker cards, and there are no hands raised in Zoom.
At this time, we close public comment, move into council discussion.
Well, no, I agree. I mean, they work as hard as we do, and I think if they have something that they want us to follow up on, we should do it, because they're supposed to be like an extension of us.
I just want clarity on what the current process is if they do want to bring a future agenda item. I don't know it, so.
I might lean on Alexis and Bruce, who have heavy commission assignments, to see how that works. But my understanding is that there is not a great process or protocol of procedures on how that works. It's a standalone item on an agenda that says any future agenda requests. And apparently it's been utilized inconsistently, where sometimes one member asks for something and it comes back when it comes back without getting formal official approval from the rest of the commission itself. So there are definitely some different applications throughout our various commissions that a universal protocol would be very helpful and clearly delineate how that process would work, as well as what was within your scope of commission assignment. So if we have a Parks and Rec Commission ask about the water tablets or something, right? That wouldn't fall within their purview, and we could clarify that and get that back on track. So there are just some things that could be cleaned up a little bit through that process. Additionally, if a commission asks for a heavy item that is going to require substantial funds or dedication of staff time, that probably would be something that we would say, good thought, let me go to the city council and get direction from them. And so again, that process is not clear, and so we have not consistently applied it.
Maybe they could come and present it to us the same way we present to each other, like if they're passionate about something and it's going to be a lot of money or time. I don't know if that's wrong, Damien, if that's like writing a whole new.
Well, currently, their process is the same as the council's. They follow most of your rules of procedure, including adding future agenda items. The difference, as the city manager indicated, is that they don't have the same budgetary authority that you do. They don't have the same purview that you do. Your purview is pretty much limitless, as subject to state law, of course, but they're limited to what the municipal code allows them to talk about or bring up. And so that's, I think, where some of this struggle is that sometimes issues are raised that are not in their purview, or they're making the requests that are far beyond the budgetary scope that staff is comfortable in moving forward. So this is something certainly that council can explore different ways, through working with staff on how to bring those sorts of items back before them, be it, explaining to them, no, this is not something appropriate, or having it come back to the council via the commissioners and see where you want to go from there. So there are different ways you can do that.
You raise a good point, but I think the other thing to note is that there may have been times where agenda items were brought forward by a planning commissioner and it maybe wasn't under their purview and they were sent an email afterwards to say that, but the public wasn't part of that and the public wasn't notified in that case. So I think it's important to, like, if someone is told that's not under your purview, we don't have the, you don't have a budget to be able to require staff resources and time, that needs to be public as well. So I think establishing a policy around exactly what that looks like, and maybe even a live on the spot notification of this is not under the purview of planning, we can take it to council. It's just to have some closure for the commissioners and for the public.
I think that from a legal standpoint, I'll speak just on the legal side of things. I think that does make sense. There are times that I know I'd be reluctant if I was sitting, advising the planning commission to make a snap decision, this is not in your purview. I would like to take a little bit more time on some of those items to look at them, because some of them could be in their purview and I don't want to just say no. And so it might not be always instantaneous, but from at least what you said, it does seem to make sense. There's some way to close that loop. And I think staff does do that on a regular basis with the commissioners, but maybe there's a better way to notify the public.
Thank you.
We're talking about what they might not be able to do. One of the things that I didn't realize in the beginning is I can speak to two planning commissioners about, it's the Brown Act works with them also, right? So if if it's out of their purview, the suggestion might be, you need to go sell your item to two council people or one council person to bring it forward. And if then we feel, just because I also feel like that might create more collaboration between us. I talk to them more now, but my first year, I don't think I talked to planning commissioners because I didn't know I could. And I didn't know that there could be that collaboration.
I think that's certainly something to consider. I would be concerned if you have one commissioner coming to you asking for this, but doesn't reflect the will of the entire commission. So it might be one commissioner saying it, which is the same as any member of the public.
But a resident could do that, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there's nothing that precludes them, but are they speaking as a commissioner or are they speaking as a member of the public?
But I think because they're a commissioner, I can't separate their body into two people. So they might be coming, it didn't happen as a commissioner, but they feel strongly enough that they want to come and speak to me. But because they hold that commissioner title, they can only speak to two of us. Regardless if they're coming to me as a resident or commissioner, it doesn't take away the Brown Act. Like I could say, I'm going to talk to all four of them because I'm a resident, but I can't do that.
Well, certainly the residents can talk to all four of you if they want. It's just you can't talk with them about your opinions or before you know it, you're having a meeting.
Yes.
But they could come and talk with each one of you. Again, that does start to raise questions in my mind, at least. Are they representing the entire commission? Because I think there could be an appearance that
Yeah.
they're coming to you as a representative of the commission. I don't, know how, there may be issues that you agree with them and that's great and they're doing that, but there could be other issues where you don't agree with what they're doing and that might upset you that they're going around to council members trying to get something before the council.
I don't think so. I mean, you saw tonight, we don't agree on some stuff, right? It's just what
I
happens.
understand.
Yeah.
I was going to say, though, I think if a planning commissioner were to approach one of us with something they really felt strongly about, whether they're not representing the planning commission, but it's still under our purview to say, well, I do think that's something we should at least talk about. And then it doesn't really matter if the whole entire planning commission is represented, because we don't have to say this is something that came from a planning commission recommendation.
Certainly nothing precludes you from hearing from a member of the public, be it a commissioner or just someone who's just out in the street, on a matter that they're interested in. And that happens all the time. I know you meet with constituents all the time. They give you their thoughts. And you can always bring that, forward to your colleagues and say, this is important to someone I've talked with. I'd like to have staff look more into it. Commissioners can do the same thing. It's just they are in a different role. They are appointed by the council and they are treated a little bit differently. They can still do it, but there's some impressions of that I think should be kept in mind.
I think maybe, again, because I didn't understand the dynamic between us and commissions, I think maybe clarifying that for us a little bit more and for them, like when can we talk to them? Because in the beginning, I didn't think I could. So I just think we need maybe some more clarification and what can they come to us, what can they can't. But I think it's something worth discussing, since I feel like they're feeling unheard is what these future agenda items. I feel like that's what's going on. Like they're just props and they do a little bit of work, but then they're unheard when they have concerns or they have suggestions. So.
That is pretty much what prompted me to bring this forward, is I felt like that they might be feeling they weren't heard.
So if we could have Alexis maybe weigh in, since it's talking about the planning commission, you might have some additional insights to offer that might be helpful.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to point out that we have a training on February 7th, and part of that is the roles and responsibilities and between planning commission and council and the divisions of duties and communication and that sort of thing. So council requested additional training of the planning commission, so understood that there's aspects of their role that they may not fully understand, or they rotate every 2 years and there's always a learning curve. So that's definitely on the agenda for that February 7th training that council will be joining the second half. So roles and responsibilities, expectations, and all that is part of that.
So do we have a motion on this item?
I would like to direct staff to invest time and resources in being, and I'm trying to figure out if I can mention more than one commission, like if to clarify the process for agenda requests for commissions in general, or do I have to keep this to the planning commission? Because we've just established the fact that it's not consistent across all commissions.
It appears E23 says just the planning commission, unfortunately.
And I can make a separate agenda item, and I'm happy to do it, to make sure that we are looking at all commissions and not just planning. Because I think it needs to be consistent across the board, the expectations, the process.
I'll offer, since I can bring agenda items to the council that you have not requested to get direction from the council, I'm hearing there's interest in making sure that this applies to all commissions, so they're treated equally, equitably. For tonight, we'll get the direction for the planning commission, and I will apply it to make sure it applies to all commissions and that they have a clarity and understanding of how that process works. It sounds like we have a policy that is not well understood by the commissioners, and we'll make sure that that training is provided to all commissions so they have that understanding.
Great. That is my agenda item. I mean, that's my motion, excuse me.
I'll second that.
I have a clarifying question before I second it. We talked about prioritizing, and I just want to be clear, this seems very important. Is this going to jump up as one of our higher priorities?
I think because we have a window of opportunity with new planning commissioners that we're going to be providing some orientation and training already, we can start with them. Once we have the Parks and Recreation commissioners seated and appointed, we'll repeat that training with them as well. Those are priorities because they'll start governing right away at their meetings. I want to make sure they understand how the process works. What I'm not clear on is what we bring back to you, though. If we have a policy and we're going to implement immediately, clarifying this for everybody, what would you like to see us come back to you with?
I think I'd like to, well, we're going to have that training, which will be part of it. I think I just want a public acknowledgement of what the policy is for the public to hear.
Okay.
To hear that this has been established as of this date. This is what will now be happening with commissions.
Okay.
And the process.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I still second that.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. Okay, we need one more motion. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
A first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 It's unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Want to
Thank you.
congratulate all of our newly appointed commissioners. And thank you all for your time. Be safe and stay as dry as possible.
Do whatever it takes to keep us warm. We got to keep our mind. I don't care.
But you know what? It's like there's some friends. Like, we
You
find
scan
some
the street,
friends
yeah.
and then we're fine.
Well,
right?
you know, I do it. It's not a big deal. I do.